Hello and welcome to Fablemancers. You're joining us today live on Twitch or a little later on YouTube, and we thank you very much for coming. We are streaming today from the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. It is a privilege and a pleasure to work and play and create on these beautiful lands. Visit native-land.ca to find out what traditional territories you're coming to us on. And with that, we will begin our Dungeons and Dragons Masquerade. So, with a new Empress named, there are many titles being handed out, many plots unfolding, many positions under question and under fire. The blood is in the water and the sharks are circling. But tonight, the second solstice soiree will take place on the Rintel Castle in the mountain ranges high above the Empire. We find a group of agents collected by the Empress herself and brought together to meet with their agent and their handler for tonight's mission. The mission is protect the Vicarus Jyn, Yathalis, at all costs. This is the Empress' cousin, and she will not accept watching one of her own kin be brought down by these vicious plots from all the people within her empire that would see her fall as a part of this as well. You feel the wagon that you all lurching up these switchback mountain roads as the evening falls on this cool late winter evening. It comes to a stop and the door opens. You all are shuffled out as you see emerging from the shadows this dark, inky, almost like liquid-like fog just rises up and appears. You suddenly see a well-dressed patron have a knife pulled out of their chest. As that body falls, some of you may recognize Nasav, the agent of the Empress herself, cleaning her blade, and just turns to regard all of you. Why, hello. Right on time. I like that. And as she just kind of slowly regards all of you, let's get to work, shall we? We don't have much time before the party begins, and I don't want anybody kicking up a fuss by showing up late. Well, I have some good news, and I have some bad news. Bad news is, I found one of the assassin's plots already, as she regards the corpse to her side.
I was going to say, that's quite a hospitable entrance.
Well, when you move against the Empress, we move even quicker, do we not? And she looks down and before she reaches into her coat, she stops and pulls off her bloodied glove and pulls out a letter. What I have here is an invitation for one that was posing as an assassin. Now, you're expected at this party. If any of you would like this invitation, it might be a good way for us to uncover one of the contacts on the inside.
Yeah, right here. I take the invitation, and then I take the clothes off the corpse on the ground.
Yeah, very good. And you see, like, Nasav's knife work was just absolutely beautiful. There's almost no blood stains whatsoever on the clothes of the patron themselves.
Whatever is, I'll cast Prestidigitation and just clean it away.
Nice. And then she reaches into her other pocket with her ungloved hand and holds out. She's like, I also have a ring of Everkeys. Now, the way that these work is you'll roll a D100, and for twice a day, if you get an 88 or higher, it will open the door.
Interesting.
So it'll open any locked door that you encounter. She pulls out 3 minor healing potions, if anybody wants to grab those. And then to one. Each of you,
I'll take one.
She'll hand a colored sending stone. So that
Okay.
this works as every 5 minutes you can send a 12-word message and receive one in return. When you use that, you can send it to any one of the stones given to your fellow agents right now.
Good to know.
I think that's what I have for you. Now, what we do know is that there is somebody on the inside expecting an assassin. She regards you, Brennan.
You guys look up, and I've put the clothes on, and my face now completely matches the assassin on the ground.
Now, I'm pretty sure there's a call sign code word to be returned, but we're not sure what the trigger is. We do know the response is Winter wrecks the westward willows.
Winter wrecks the westward willows. I'm going to write that down.
So if somebody says that something that sounds like you should respond with that, maybe give it a try. Hopefully, we might be able to uncover one of our conspirators.
Okay.
Now, there are high crowns, princes, generals, nobility in there, so I request that you be respectful in your search, but do anything you can to find our culprits. And as far as we know, there's at least 3 plots in action. It looks like we may have stopped one, but we still don't know who else might be involved or how. Are there any questions anybody else has for me at this time?
I'm flipping through the invitation for the gentleman that I'm now impersonating. Is there a name for myself that I know?
You just see that it is Senator Hallis.
Senator Hallis?
Yeah.
Hallis?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Any other questions anybody has before we get started? Great. I knew you were the best. I'll meet you at right before the formal address, before the Vicarus goes up on stage and addresses the ballroom as part of her inauguration. I will meet with you all, and we can compare notes, and hopefully have then a better strategy than hope we find out before she's dead. All right. Best of luck. And with that, she disappears into an inky blot. This cloud just erupts in front of you and collapses as it seems to pull into the trees surrounding you. The coachman from the wagon that you just arrived from, the castle is only a minute away. So those of you that would like to come in through the main entrance, please join me now.
Actually, I'm just now having a thought. I turn to look at Nim, and I say, "Do you think you'd like to be this gentleman more than I would?"
I thought you already had a pretty important role to play, so I could be him.
Yeah, no. What was I thinking? Here you go, and I take. I fully strip, just take the clothes off as I'm changing in the middle of the changeling sort of neutral gray scale Ken doll body that is the intermediary between my forms that I take, and then I'll shift back down into the form of a tail-coated man ready to go in through the side and get to work in the kitchens and stuff like that. And I'll hand that over to you.
Yeah, and I'm gonna now need to know what that phrase was.
Winter wrecks the westward willows. And the name of the individual is Senator Hallis.
Got it.
Perfect.
Yes. So Nim then puts on everything that Em just took off and puts on the face with the exception of changing her or the mole, which now lives down here.
You all climb into the.
Can I prestidigitation a mole onto the body
Okay.
so that
yeah.
so that if they catch on to us, they think he had a mole? Perfect. All right, I'll do that.
Did it. And as you all press into the wagon and the cart as it like trolls up to the entrance of the building, you hear like a slight tapping on the side as the doors open. You are escorted by the servants as they guide you all out and towards the door. The massive castle that sits on this like almost like a cliff edge. The stonework and the trees pulled back a little far. You see like it is 3 stories of these opulent windows and this beautiful molding work wrapping around the building. You hear like music kind of emanating from the light on the main floor as the doors swing open. You see the curtains pulled closed in front of you, and with that, all the sound of the party and the people inside of the ballroom falls to like this silence. You see as the curtains pulled, drawn closed, they don't emit any sound outside of the ballroom. You see a long curved hallway leading to what looks like a waiting room or kind of dining area on one side. You see a cracked door with smoke billowing out of it for the smoking lounge on one side. And in front of you, you see a very dapper and well-dressed tiefling regard all of you. This is Bilterwilt Durnus, the head of the service staff. He flicks his tailcoat and regards all of you and, more guests, be welcome, Flicker find you. Aren't you just all absolutely gorgeous specimens? Let's have you introduced one by one, shall we? And a light clap, and the service kind of bows their heads. The curtains flick open. We'll have Miss Liz. Why don't you describe or introduce us to your character and describe who you're wearing tonight?
Fantastic. So Jessica Fletcher glides in, a vision of timeless elegance in her midnight blue gown, her silver-streaked hair catching the light as she surveys the room with like a sharp, observant eye. A gentle smile as she moves gracefully, her presence commanding, and she's wearing like a gold blind mask that goes well with her dress that has like little skeletal hands coming up on it. And amidst this world of like laughter and music, Jessica really seems to embody like a quiet strength and unwavering poise.
And the party all turns to regard you. A single clap and a bow.
And she claps.
And they all turn back to their little conversations and little regards. You see a few of the young debutantes look up at your dress and kind of like, and you just see the like little whispers kind of like popping up, like, who could that be? Like, oh, I'm not sure I know who that is. Like, and a few cheeky smirks from what looks to be a heavily decorated, although they're still wearing a mask, a heavily decorated general. Who is an old Tabaxi, just kind of looks up at you and does not break their gaze as you scan the room, and just kind of like noticeably checks you out, and you see the tail just kind of like do a little flirty flick as he kind of like straightens himself up and returns to his business. Inside this room is about a 50 by 50 foot room that is about 40 feet tall. The glass domed ceiling, matched only by the like back glass walls that seem to be lined by an aviary and a greenhouse. You see on the upper museum above you, the bands play a full chord, a singer belting out these ethereal elven tunes. Strings and percussion and a piano fill this room with this elegant music as people turn to dance. The curtains snap shut behind as Denernus, the head of staff, turns towards you, Link. Yes, you know, you go. And kind of looks you up and down and could have dressed up a little. And pulls the curtains apart. Why don't you describe your character?
Oh, one moment. And I'll pull a little, what are they called? Tuning forks? Not tuning forks. We use for pitch. I can't remember. Anyway, I'll play a simple note, and with that, I will step out onto the floor in going from a rather drab gray suit to this beautiful glittering sapphire suit that sparkles and emanates a little bit of music, complete with a top hat to match, a nice silver cravat, and you see a wonderful orange tabaxi, tall fit, slim, and he walks with an air of confidence with his dark oak wood cane as he descends the staircase onto the floor.
They
so
all
ready for
regard
the
you
orange
and
cat
clap
energy.
once with a slight bow.
I will clap and bow in return very deeply.
You see as you like scan out into the audience. So you're a bard. How is the music here? How are the other bards doing?
They're doing fine. I've definitely heard worse and I've definitely heard better. But they are doing their best. They've probably been performing for just a bit too long at this point in the evening.
Yeah.
It is probably time for a shift change. I could probably go assist if I needed to.
I'm doing my best.
And with that, the curtains flit closed. Sam, as the head of service, bewildered, looks towards you. He'll kind of regard you and just like lean in. How went the winding way?
Well, as you know, winter wrecks the westward willows, of course.
Of course. A struggle for us all. And as he like walks up to the curtains to flip them open himself, he'll just kind of like stop and almost like lean back a little so he's like right up against you. Our people are in place. As soon as the music plays, strike and strike true. We'll only get one chance at this. And he flits open the curtains as you walk in.
You see like this black cloaked figure walk into the room, and as soon as the light hits the cloak, you see it burst into thousands of golden feathers as they rise up into the air and then form into giant 6 wings as if angelic. As he stretches forth, you see vines growing along one hand, and then on the other hand you just see it become gilded as he brings his hands together almost to clap, and then stomps once and looks out at the crowd.
The audience, like all taken aback. Some of them all look, and some of them begin to bow deeply. You do see one princely-looking fellow with his date hanging off his eye. He shakes the date off, stomps his foot, and bows deeply. You see the Vicarus Jyn herself, standing at the head of the room on a small dais, kind of hear the foot stomp, turn, regard you up and down. This like slight like suspicion kind of trickling along the like exposed lower half of her face as she stomps her foot as well and returns to speaking to a small gnomish druid woman who looks to be the head of her security as the gnome nods and wanders away. The curtains flit closed behind you and you're able to press into the room. As there are lots of people now perked up and looking eager to make your acquaintance. Despite it being a masquerade, they now know you are a royal. And with that, they turn and look. We will find Aaron.
Man, with the exact face of a Senator Hallis, and I think I walk in just maybe not very as confident as a senator might be, just a little off, as I kind of always am, and just a little bit of just slightly off all the time. But my character walks in and claps and
Takes a bow.
Yes. Oh wait,
and-
hold on a second. The person before me stomped. I'm gonna stomp.
Incredible.
What
a swing.
As you step out, you just see Bilterwilt kind of lean in towards you like, "Is that you, Senator?"
Yes.
Oh, did you bring in another agent? Well played, sir. The winter willows. The winter wrecks the westward willows. And kind of like winks at you as you step in, take a few steps and stomp. The audience kind of and like confused return a clap and bow. You see the same Prince Camden Holt stomp his foot and nod again, and the Vicarus, almost without looking, stomps and turns, and as her eyes fall on you, you see like an expression of recognition for the senator. Give me a wisdom save.
Okay, 20, 30. 30, 20.
That's super good. She had advantage, but that does not. That still saves. So she looks at you and just kind of like, curious. Like, you see all this expression kind of like fall on her. This like, did somebody else get like an upgrade? Did somebody else get an advancement in station? Like, last we spoke, Senator. I cannot be. I gotta focus tonight. As you join the rest of the party, the curtains flit closed. You see Bilterwilt turn towards you, Brennan, and like regard you. Like, I'm not sure I'm familiar with. Who is your supervisor?
I'm going to reach out telepathically to him and say directly into his mind, winter wrecks the westward willows, my fellow. I've been sent to help you as part of the staff.
Santana's group. Why don't you tend
He
to
said
yes.
the name Santana, right?
Santana, yes. They are head of the kitchen and wait staff. Why don't you join them there?
Yes, of course.
Give me an insight check.
Insight? Absolutely. Moment. 19 on the die. That is 25.
All right. Slow down. You see the head of service like in absolute horror and shock, starting to question this like code phrase and like how many people know it and like what exactly Senator Hallis has been up to. He kind of like regards you as like, just get out of here, like us. Why don't you give us a description of what we see when we look at you?
The maitre d' is an individual, probably 5'6", 5'7", full double-breasted, long tailcoat with suit pants and very sharp black shined dress shoes. The mask is a very simple gray tone, so as not to overshadow any of the other guests, even though they are part of the staff. And features will be probably mid to late 30s, graying at the temples, fairly masculine in appearance, but clean shaven for working in the kitchens, hair slicked back, and a cane that seems to have some silver working into it. It's fully black to match the suit, but it has like a silver cap at the bottom, and then the handle is carved of silver, and seems to have some sort of animalistic features, but nothing clear. It's not one animal in particular. There just seems to be quite a few different features through as a motif.
Beautiful. And you hear that cane clicking on the floor as you make your way off down one of the side hallways through the dining room. You see several guests sitting and eating. You see that they've like set themselves quite a buffet, and just for politeness have excluded themselves from the main party. You pass a door, and as
Before
you do,
before even passing the door, I'm in checking. Can I get you anything else? Is there anything I can get you? Just fully into character immediately.
More wine, I say. As,
I'll
like,
get
some
right
food
on it.
falls out of his mouth, and you just see the date, like probably a wife, just like, oh my god.
I'll lean in and whisper very quietly while the husband's eating. I'll cut it with some water. Don't worry.
Bless you. You see out through that door as you pass by a doorway back into the ballroom, and as you like fly open the doors to the kitchen, you see many servants and cooks furiously working away. You see one kind of standing at the head of the a long bench right next to a door that as it swings open, you see another entrance into the ballroom. You see Santana regarding this long-haired, all tied up very neatly, this long-haired elvish person standing there and just kind of like, you over there, like, I'm certain that is running late, and like kind of looks to regard you. And the hell are you?
Oh, you didn't get the message from Bilderwild?
Oh, no. Are you here to work, or are you here to lounge about?
I'm the maitre d'.
The maitre d'. Ugh.
I pull out an invitation.
Pulls it. My mistake, of course. Anything that we can assist you with, we absolutely will. Although our guests may be coming up with some thirst, perhaps you can oversee the drinks in the ballroom.
By all means. I met one on the way in that had that was a bit parched, so you know what? I'll get right on that. Is there anything I should know about any guests, any particular tendencies, any favorites that I should be that I should take note of?
Well, it's a bit of a masquerade, so if I were to say attend to this one person, I've heard that we have some royals in there. You might want to make sure that they never have an empty cup.
Very good. I'll get right on it. Is there any? Can I snag a couple people to get out and get it taken care of right now?
Of course.
Very
See
good.
to it.
I take like 5 people, and then drinks all through the floor.
Nice. And as you go, give me a performance check as you start bossing these people around, and just see how
Advantage from
boss you
actor.
do.
That will be a 19.
Beautiful.
Mhm.
And with that, there is no question of a doubt in anybody's mind as you start bossing people around. You see these 5 servants just kind of fill their trays and push the doors open. The rest of you inside of the ballroom, as the music fills this space, the conversations are kind of blossoming here and there. A few people are posing themselves to try and talk to you, Senator, as well as you, Cassis. Um, you get the impression that there's all the as the drinks are passed around, you see one of your accomplices kind of like at the doorway, taking note. What would you guys like to do now that you have the freedom of this house?
Greetings,
I'll have
Senator.
I'll have my familiar, the pixie known as Spritz, invisibly follow along with the rest of the group so that I can keep up with the
Sure.
telepathic connection.
And Senator, you feel this, Nim, you feel this familiar, tiny little sprite feet kind of like like land on your shoulder and kind of like flick your ear, and then like the fluttering up of this invisible pixie that you're all too familiar with one of your former associates, knowing that you're being watched.
Oh,
Would anybody like to do anything or continue the investigation?
Were you trying to
Pretty
say
muted,
something,
Aaron.
Senator? I'm sorry, Senator. I can't quite hear you. Have you perhaps a
The
silent
music
spell
is a
around
little
you?
bit loud,
Yes,
and then
sorry.
as you
So
speak
sorry.
up, the music dies, and all of a sudden you're just shouting, and then the music kind of like
Truly the worst.
relapses, and you're able to speak.
Yeah,
Insufferable bards. What are they
I
playing?
know.
This isn't even in
They're the
fashion right
worst.
now.
The senator starts talking about how it's much easier to talk to people in the Senate without the music, and that it's just unbearable and needs to go to where it's a little bit quieter.
Of course, and as one of the servants delivers drinks and turns to you like, uh, exalted guest, please find your way to the smoking lounge or the dining room, or perhaps there are guest quarters on the very top floor. If you need somewhere to respite, please do not access this door. This is the Vicarus's office, and notions to like a corner room opposite the kitchen.
I'll have the pixie tug on the ear to lead the way to wherever they're going.
We didn't. Am I now in possession of the ring that lets me perhaps open doors?
I guess we'll decide right now who's got the keys. So there's a key with 2 potential skeleton keys attached.
Darling, I am the key. You can have it.
Yeah, there you go. If you wanted to leave the key ring with me so that I can get into like servants' quarters and like all that kind of stuff, that might work. And then with a rogue staying with the rest of them. So, yeah, Spritz will lead you by. He tugs on your ear in the direction that you're supposed to be going.
Senator Hallis walks kind of awkwardly, like they're being led by some invisible force. Just a little bit off. Always just a little weird.
Awesome. Yeah, you can head your way towards one of those side rooms, either the smoking lounge. Probably not the best idea to just go try the Vicarus's office in front of everybody, but as you head towards the smoking lounge, anything sheet music or Jessica would like to get done at this moment? I assume Cassis you're going with.
I am going with, of course.
I think Sir Music is going to find the midnight blue dress of his favorite aunt and tap her on the shoulder, reach out a hand. I hope you don't find this too forward, Miss Haru, but I would like a dance.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me?
Yeah.
I was talking to chat. Whoops.
Would you care to dance?
I would love to dance, and I take his elbow and we go off to dance.
Amazing. You guys can either whoever's leading can either roll with advantage, or you can both roll independently for performance and/or acrobatics check, your choice. As you try to move with the other guests that have taken to the dance floor. As you do that, Miss Fletcher, you just see the old Tabaxi general who was throwing eyes, kind of like, oh, look up and kind of like looking to see this other Tabaxi you've taken to the dance floor, and just kind of like measure, like, too young. The man with experience. Like, and the other people that he's talking with are just like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, and he's just like, nothing. More drinks.
Right away, sir.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, yes, you're just like right there. What?
Yeah. I have a tray. Take your pick.
Whiskey.
You rolling with advantage there, sir?
I did, and I got a nat 20 for a 27
Ooh,
performance.
let's go.
First
That was
roll
a
is a
blow.
nat 20. Save
What?
some of that
Oh, yeah.
mojo.
That's awesome. You just see that, like, and with that, you take his elbow, and you're like almost literally swept off your feet as you spin out. How does our friend Sheet Music throw down on the dance floor? What does this look like? That net
Oh,
20?
we are rocking out to the most elegant waltz you've ever seen, full of stunts, dips, twirls. You are out of breath by the end of this, as because I know Jessica can handle these maneuvers, and trust me, and we are taking center stage and taking rapt attention from everyone.
Yeah, and the whole party just looks on in delight. You see some of the bards who maybe were like slacking at their job a little, like start picking up, hitting those strings deeper, strumming even harder, hitting the keys, almost inspired right back by this beautiful display of movement and music. And the audience just kind of gathers around. Some of the other dancers are kind of like shoved off to the side. Including you see one like very large Goliath kind of like shoved off to the side as he just kind of like looks on, this like look of just pure jealousy at your grace and demur as you're able to spin and flit about this party. Everybody taken. We'll see Cassis and Nim. You're able to step into the lounge out of the main affair as you consider yourself completely unnoticed, except for one set of eyes that seem locked on you. Why don't you guys give me a insight or perception check?
Can I make the check with my familiar there?
Yep.
Okay. Actually, my familiar will have to make the check, so...
I got a 24.
Let's see what we got here.
Yeah.
Only a +3 perception.
That's a dirty 24, right? There you
Yeah.
go.
That's a big old 8 for Spritz.
Yeah, Spritz is suddenly obsessed with the stuff in Nim's ear.
Mhm.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be in there? Like,
Is
Oh,
the
he pulls on
senator
it.
kind of old? Maybe he has some ear hair coming
Yeah,
out.
he pulls on it. I was just about to say he pulls on some ear hair.
Cassis?
12.
12. You look out and looks like you are unseen as you press into the smoking room. However, Nim, you notice a set of eyes on a tall Nordic-looking masculine person standing across the room with this like steely gaze coming from them. Very curious and almost angered by the arrival of two unannounced royals. You just see him kind of like shoo away one of the trays as it's like offered to him. His eyes kind of like fixated, and as soon as he realizes you are looking, his eyes dive down into the center of the dance floor, as if, and he pulls up a polite clap. And almost turns his shoulder, but you do notice with that 24 that through a mirror behind one of the serving tables, he is still looking at you, but not directly anymore as he watches you disappear into the smoking room. You step in here, and there is a large hearth with a fire burning, these two long couches, people splayed out on them, these long filtered cigarettes, a hookah burning in the center, surrounded by pillows, a library wall on one side, and the long hallway you saw that led to the foyer, in this like beautiful, very relaxing room with this like low toned music that just seems to getting strummed from this, best you could figure, possibly a gnomish person dressed up like a pan, or possibly an actual pan themselves, strumming a mini lute, and just kind of like looks up and just kind of like, come on in, yo. As the door closes behind you, you hear the music from the ballroom kind of shut out magically, and only filled by the smoky, hazy music of this room itself, and the very quiet and low conversations of the guests here. What would you like to do?
There's more people in this room than I thought, Senator.
Interestingly enough, I feel drawn to wherever the gentleman was looking at me. I feel like I've seen an old friend that I need to go chat with.
I will accompany you. Lead the way.
So I want to go toward the Nordic fellow.
Oh, sure, yeah. As you like kind of scan this room, you open the door back up and just kind of like step out of the room. Like, I think we've all been to that party where you like walk in a room and you're like, nah, not my vibe. And you just kind of step back out into the main affair. And as you make your way through the party towards this Nordic feller.
Can I create a
and you're-
distraction so that people aren't too concerned about us leaving that room?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm going to wave my hand and just have the smoke, like the flames, just stoke it a little bit more so that the smoke starts to billow out of the fireplace a bit, so that people are just.
Oh yeah, like to like kind of close the flue almost.
Yeah.
So it's just like filling the room a little heavy, and you just see one guy like hit the hookah and just, and it's just like the person on the lute is just kind of like, oh, come on, man, you're getting it all smoked out, man. We don't need to smoke it all. And there's just like, and the people just kind of like gather towards as you like wave off the smoke from your face. You could never be caught dead in this place. If it's too smoky, you'll stink all night. And with that, nobody seems to be too bothered or take too keen of a mind to your entrance and sudden exit. And as you move out into the party, the dance comes to a conclusion. People clapping Jessica and Sheet on their backs, just kind of like, wow, that was incredible. Oh, you must teach me all this. You see like a young lady just, may I have the next dance? Just delighted at the two of you display. You just see a young soldier walk up. Excuse me, miss, is this your date, perhaps?
You're so sweet to think so. No, this is my nephew, Sheet.
Oh, apologies, of course. And he looks back, and you see the old Tabaxi general, like, yes. As he's like, thank you, and like kind of bows away. Yeah, you see the party just kind of like fill back up as the music becomes a little bit more lively. The bard's now inspired to kind of get that dance floor hot. And they start laying down some bardcore top 40. And people are now drinks in hand, kind of feeling the vibe a little stronger. The two of you, are you approaching with any manner of stealth towards our Nordic feller?
I mean, I'm always
No.
a step in the shadows, so yes.
No.
Maybe using Nim as a bit of a distraction.
Yeah.
Sure. And as the two of you, give me a stealth check.
22.
22. Did you even show up to the party yet? You didn't even RSVP it.
I mean, I am wearing the latest in Stone Riot fashion, but
Yeah, of course. And you two approach this a tall, very large and imposing. And the closer you get to him, you realize it was like almost a trick of the eye that he seemed an imposing figure on the opposite end of the party. But as you get close to him, like he's pushing nearly 7 feet. With a large sword strapped to his side in this deep blue and purple suit that comes up to like these very broad shoulders. The jacket a little bit tight. It looks like they might have tailored it, but he, maybe did a little workout this afternoon, and it just doesn't quite fit as well as it did last week when he had it tailored. The tie slightly loosened around his neck. He looks and sees you coming, Nim, and kind of turns back towards the table. His eyes still fixed in that mirror as he's waiting your approach.
Yeah, and I walk straight up to him, no guile here, and say, "Oh, sir, I saw you from across the room. I saw you looking at me, and I assumed that you were someone else I knew. I don't think I've made your acquaintance before. I'm Senator Hallis. How are you?"
I'm going to use this moment with this huge revelation, saying their name out loud at a masquerade party and somebody of hugely higher status. So the sprite familiar has an ability called Heart Sight, and it's not an attack, and I don't think it counts as casting a spell. So can I use it without breaking invisibility?
What is the effect of it?
So it touches a creature and magically knows the creature's current emotional state, and if the target fails a DC 10 Charisma saving throw, the sprite also knows the creature's alignment. Celestials, fiends, and undead automatically fail to save.
Okay, I'll say if they pass, then they will not only they'll be made aware of their presence, but they'll still be invisible.
Okay. So will the sprite have to make a stealth check to just touch him without him realizing?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So advantage for being invisible. That will be an 18 for the sprite. Stealth.
Natural 1, so definitely doesn't know. And then what save did they have to make?
DC 10 Charisma save.
10 not his specialty, I'll tell you what. With a -2, that comes to 5.
Okay, so his current emotional state and his alignment as well.
You get shocked, lawful evil.
All right.
And this mixture of shock and embarrassment and just completely taken aback that somebody would just announce their name at an event like this.
Of course.
Wearing a mask. And not only that, you get this this little Salt Bay tinkle of confusion, because he just watched Senator Hallis stomp, which would mean that he has the station of a royal, but then introduced themselves as a senator, which is certainly not a royal station.
Okay.
Kind
I
of
don't think I can
regard.
communicate telepathically through my familiar, can I? Use
I'd
the
say
great old
probably
ones. Okay, all right.
not on
So
this
I can't
turn,
say
at least.
anything to you right now, but I've noted this.
You see this large Nordic person like kind of nod and just kind of like quietly be like, my name is Philly Norris, but I'm pretty sure that is not custom here.
His name is Phil Enormous.
Felly Norris.
Felly?
Ellie Norris. Okay. Perfect.
Yes,
Oh.
Fee Enormous.
I'm sorry, my good sir. What's not the custom?
To say
I mean-
our names at Masquerade party, yes?
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is
I'm a
uncouth
politician.
and unbecoming
always-
of royal. You are royal?
Absolutely. I'm a politician as well, so I can never lie. It's part of my job.
I see. Well, if my gaze cause you offense, I mean nothing by it. I am humbled by your coming to speak with mine.
You look just like someone that I went to high school with, and I just thought that you were him, and it's fine. But it's really
you
great
went
to
to high
have
school
your
Skalova?
Yes,
Give me a deception check.
absolutely.
Can I have the sprite give the help action?
I'm not sure
Don't
how an
need it.
invisible sprite would help
Yeah, you're right. I know.
convince somebody
Guys,
there.
Can I use
I
this?
went all in on charisma. I got 22.
Hey, there we go. All
You
right.
just see it like you just see this look of kind of like this seems strange, but maybe I can use and kind of like, well, fellow guest, it honors me to have you speak with mine, and I would like to say that I could use your support later tonight if maybe royal advantage could be had. Hmm? I think we can all be very good friends by end night.
Sounds like a wonderful thing. I love making friends.
Great. Why
Maybe you
don't
can donate to my next campaign.
Well, if all goes well, then that will be very easy. And drinks his empty glass, realizing it's kind of like empty, puts it down on the table.
Servant walks up right at that moment. Can I get you another drink, sir?
Yeah, please, yes.
Tray comes out. Take your pick.
whatever. Oh, this service very good. Vicarus knows what doing. Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Are you a fan of Vicarus?
I'm not familiar. She's new to the office, right?
Well,
So,
yes, there's
Still
a...
getting her
Maybe.
bearings. Haven't met her personally yet.
Well, I'll be sure to organize something. Why don't we meet later in
Oh.
the smoking room?
Perfect. I'm glad
In
to
about
always
20
make new
minutes,
friends.
we talk about royal lineages and potential alliances for your campaign, of course. Not that I know that. Guest.
Absolutely. I'll bring my campaign manager too. It'll be great.
Very good. He returns to his drinks. Is there anything anybody else would like to do?
I'd like to start rifling through some of the servants' quarters. I'll quick change disguises inside closets, and try and make my way through the servants'
you
quarters.
press back into the kitchen, placing your tray down, look towards Santana, and just kind of wave a hand, and she just like nods as if she knows what you're talking about.
Yeah, of course.
And you disappear. And as you kind of make your way back into the foyer, you just see Bilterwilt talking to a person, like they're like obscured by the wall, like he's like standing like talking to a corner. And
Okay.
you recognize this move. There's obviously like two people on opposite ends of the corner as he like hears you and turns around and, so may I? Oh, it's you.
Mhm.
And like turns back around and like,
Mm,
if
I'm
you'd
going
like,
to
yeah, go ahead.
actually, I think I'm going to use on my way through, because I'm gonna be going around and doing some investigating anyways. So I think I would activate Eldritch Sight, so I have detect magic going while I'm walking through the house.
Oh, sure, yeah, love that.
And when I see these two kind of off in the corner, I think I'll drop the detect magic, walk around a corner, fire up detect thoughts, and then make another pass back with something in my hands just to see what I can get.
Sure, yeah. As you go up, you kind of come into the room. You are sorting through like a far table. This looks like the table with the bowl of keys, for whatever
Gotcha.
goes on here later.
Mhm.
And you're just kind of like sorting through
Someone
some of
spilled
that.
their wine glass. I'm changing the tablecloth.
Yeah,
Everything must
doing
be
whatever
perfect for the
doesn't
vicar.
seem to affect them. But as you cast detect thoughts,
Mhm.
you hear Bilderwild's thoughts,
Mhm.
in just like, he better not screw this up. I can't afford a mistake here. They'll pin it on me for sure. And you'll hear another voice like,
Mhm.
this idiot thinks that he can bring my troop in here for this low of pay. I know what's happening here tonight. We'll get our due.
Mhm. Do I
Just on the
recognize
surface
the other
level.
voice?
You do not.
Hmm.
But as your detect magic faded and you walked in, like you can almost see the like ethereal outline of a magical item just beyond the wall. You see what looks to be the like ethereal silhouette of a musical instrument, a stringed
Okay.
musical instrument, with a I guess it'd be like enchantment spell.
With enchantment, the
Yeah.
enchantment school of magic. Yeah,
Yeah.
got it. Enchantment school. And that's sort of just like hanging there ethereally next to those two.
Well, it looks like it's in the person you can't see. It's as if they were holding it close to their body as
Okay.
they are pressed up on the opposite end of the wall out of vision. So you're kind of like seeing through the wall, just a
Oh,
faint
gotcha. Like I'm
image
kind of
of.
catching the
Yeah, you get
X-ray
that the
image
person
through
he's
the wall.
talking to is likely one of the musicians.
Okay. All right. Conspirator, likely a musician.
Miss Fletcher and your niece, is there anything you would like to do at this time as you make your way upstairs to the servants' quarters?
Do you want to go first?
No, you can go first.
Okay. Jessica's gonna scan around the room, see if there's anyone that she knows, and if not, she's going to walk around the general's area.
Okay, give me a history check.
Okay.
How well versed would Jessica be in these kinds of circles? These like akin circles.
Not well. She got a 4.
But Link, you also said that sheet music was somewhat familiar with some of these like upper crust folks.
Been around.
You've been around. You've played some parties. Why don't you give me a roll as well to see if you recognize as you catch your aunt side-eyeing some folks.
15.
15. With that, you recognize a socialite that is currently hanging off of the prince, Camden Holt, who most of you will recognize as like a distant prince and said to be one of the next in line for the Vicarus role. But more importantly, you recognize Shuri Kalesa, a lady in waiting, hanging off of the prince to be, who looks a little bit intoxicated, which is actually how you would recognize her from a party a few months ago where she was hanging off of yet another very important public figure's arm, equally intoxicated. She does love to party. this one. And as you recognize that, you are able to make your way towards the general. This is the highly decorated general and somewhat famous old Tabaxi, Yanni Svets. And Yanni is a gray Tabaxi, the long hair extending out from the ears, the left one cleft and scarred from many years ago, wearing this very beautiful, like gold-ladened mask with these long extended wings on it that kind of like resemble like a coat of arms pressed onto the front of his jacket.
I love that. So Jessica would go up and say, like, good evening. I couldn't resist introducing myself after noticing your familiarity with the military. My late husband Frank was also in the military. So it's not often I find someone that has such a commanding presence.
He bows again, kind of like, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, young lady.
Oh, you're so sweet. Hello, my name's Jessica Fletcher.
Greetings, of course, fellow guest. I am Yanni Svets. I'll leave all the titles out of it. It's just formality, really. These kinds of things I rarely attend, but I was pressed into it tonight, and I'm glad that I came.
I'm so glad that you came too. What pressed you into such a formal event?
Oh, well, as he kind of like looks down and like towards the head of security, Willis Wilterwind, the gnomish druid you've seen speaking to Vicarus earlier. You see the head of security just kind of like looks up at him and just be like, rolls her eyes and like steps out, like walks away, and he's just, well, it has the makings of a fairly dramatic night, and I just wanted to make sure that everybody was safe.
Well, it seems that we're in very capable hands. Would you like to show... I haven't been here before. It's such a beautiful room. Would you like to show me around a bit? Take a look?
I would be honored to have your company, lady. If that's, of course, you're okay with your escort.
Of course, I think there is someone across the room that needs my attention currently, if you don't mind taking care of. You may call me Finest Orchestra tonight, but this is a dear family member, so please take care of her.
Of course, and he'll reach out a paw to shake your hand, and he just kind of swats at you as the two of you just kind of formal Tabaxi shake. He reaches out an elbow for you to take, should you so choose, Jessica, and he will begin a grand tour. Perhaps the greenhouses strike your fancy, my lady?
I do love foraging. Are you into gardening? And as they walk, they talk about gardening and flora and fauna.
And of course, he was into gardening a few years ago, but he just can't bend down and stand up as often as he would like, which makes it very difficult. And as the two of you make your way into the greenhouse, sheet music, what would you like to do?
I am going to make my way over towards the prince and Cherie, and as I'm approaching and getting close, maybe 10-15 feet away, still in the crowd, as far as I can see her, I'd like to cast Prestidigitation to bring the smell of very, very sour red wine onto her nose, if possible.
Mm-hmm.
To push her over the edge of whatever intoxication she has.
Mm-hmm. And as you do, she just kind of, and like goes to like put down her wine glass, totally like missing the table as it like falls and shatters. The prince like looks over and like, my word, and just kind of like, are you okay? Like, are you okay?
Servant shows up,
Yeah,
cleans up.
yeah.
Yeah.
What would you like to do? They seem a little bit preoccupied at this moment. Actually, give me an insight check on that, as that waft kind of comes, as that magic just kind of wafts into her nose.
That's a 5.
5? Yeah, drunk as a skunk.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll kind of swoop in when I see her miss the glass, and I'll say, I believe the deer here needs probably some fresh air and perhaps a glass of water. I would be happy to go escort her out to fresher air.
Excuse me. You're telling me what I want. I don't need the things you say because... And the prince is just like, it's fine, darling. It's quite fine. Thank you for your kind offer, sir. Greetings to you, and perhaps he's right, my dear Cherie. And she's just like, well, if I'm gonna be queen one day, and you're gonna regret this. I'm not going anywhere with the fluffy kitty.
Is this anywhere close to where I am right now?
No, you're in like the foyer in the entrance, kind of listening in on that conversation at the moment.
All right.
Dear, I don't mean to take away any of your autonomy. That was not what I meant by any of my inquiries. I simply didn't want you to lose your head tonight, and I wanted to save you perhaps a rather embarrassing trip to the restroom later.
Well, I don't want it. Well, it's just... And the prince just kind of like, maybe it's best if we just had a quick minute before the inauguration, darling. I will tend to my guests here, and you'll see he's got like a little bit of like an entourage who are just kind of like awkwardly like not looking at Lady Shuri, as he kind of like plops her in your arms. Give me either a persuasion or a deception check, your choice. You don't need to tell me, as he just tries to vibe you.
Oh my, vibe you.
It's a total of a 15.
Yeah. Well, please return quickly, my friend. Before the inauguration, I don't want to be embarrassed.
Have her safely back before you know it. Enjoy.
And he like claps you on the face. You see this prince is like, he's a little bit Chad, but he's also like pretty young and pretty oblivious to kind of what's going on. Clearly like nervous about everything going on. As he like kind of like claps you on the face and like kind of like grabs your shoulder strong enough to like turn you around, and she's just like, hey, as you like kind of shuffle her off. It's considered difficult terrain while you're carrying her. Where would you like to take
It's a new system mechanic.
I am I'm going to head out towards the foyer, and once I get there, I'll figure out whether or not I'm headed towards the servants' quarters or the kitchen, or in that general direction for.
Okay. Yeah, and you push through that like curtain, and as you do, you see Bilderwilt, the head of service, just kind of like perk up from the corner and turn around and like regard you and be like, "Sir, is there an issue here?" As he like approaches you to look at Miss Shuri.
Yes, it seems she's had a little bit too much tonight, and it's time for her to maybe go and lay down for a bit. Is there a place in the back, perhaps in the
Of course.
the
Third floor, the guest chambers. Excuse me. And kind of claps towards you. Claps towards you, Maitre d'.
In my servant form right now.
Yeah,
absolutely.
as you're like as you're done fixing the orgy table, or sorry, the bowl of keys.
Yeah.
And you kind of like turn
look up.
around.
Oh, I'd
and
be
regard...
delighted to escort you. Follow me.
and you recognize your companion as you both take up Lady Shuri, and she says, "There better be drinks up there. You're fucking done for it." As you escort her up the stairs, both flights of stairs. You get to the second flight. You see like a small, like kind of balcony with a door, and just beyond that door, is the upper mezzanine where all the artists are playing. You see two small hallways that are labeled dressing rooms. On either side of this, you see another set of stairs kind of curving upwards to the third floor. And when you get to that third floor, you see 3 bedrooms: the Vicarus's room, the servants' quarters, and the guests' quarters.
While we're going
I
up
also
the
stalk
stairs,
behind and follow.
okay.
Oh, yes, of
I was
course.
going to say, while we're going up the stairs, because she's drunk as a skunk and not going to notice anything, I'd like to get my detect magic back up and going, and just kind of sweeping, looking for that same sort of musical instrument I saw before.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you reach the second floor, and you see just beyond the door, like through the wall, you see the tricklings. Like almost every single one of those instruments has that enchantment kind of essence embedded
Okay.
into it.
So it still could be any of the
You
bards.
see about a total of 8, and as you see that, you see the one you had spotted earlier,
Oh.
kind of sitting back in place.
So the instrument has been put back in the dressing room?
Well, they're like on the upper mezzanine playing music to the ballroom.
To the
So you're on the
ballroom right
second
now.
floor. There's like a door, and then just behind that is the like mezzanine, and then through that they can get the dressing rooms on the flanks. Are
Gotcha.
you sneaking, Cassis?
Yes, and another 22.
22, yeah. And you almost like, as you guys get up to like the flight of stairs that lead to the third floor, you see Cassis like almost like as if it's like stepping out of the shadows at the top of the steps of the third floor, having deftly followed all of you up here. And as you get to the third floor, what would you like to do? There's now the 3 of you, Cassis, Sheet, and
Maitre D.
and Maitre D.
I'm going to turn to our Maitre D, and I'm going to say, how can we use this to our advantage? Should you perhaps... How drunk can you act?
Quite.
Good.
We'll put her to bed, and I'll take on her appearance.
Perhaps we should make sure that she stays under. I'm gonna whip out my poisoner's kit and feed her some drow poison to keep her under for quite a long time.
All right, and as you like lay
And
her
should she
down
wake up,
in
she
the
will
bed,
also have some adverse effects of not being able to really do much.
and as you pull out the drow poison, the 3 of you can roll initiative.
Shit!
And we'll cut to the greenhouse as you step away with Yanni Savets. This is one of my favorite, absolutely, the Midnight Orchid of Salacine. And he like reaches out to touch it. You know that this is a poisonous flower. As he like, shall I pick it for you, my lady?
I put my hand on his wrist and go, no, we shouldn't pick that. Flower's just so beautiful as it is. Thank you so much for pointing it out.
Of course, absolutely one of my favorites of all time. And what about yourself? What is it? What are your... Why are you here? As his like demeanor like shifts entirely, like, I know who you are, Miss Fletcher. And he like pulls off his mask as if he was like dramatically revealing himself as General Yanni. Why are you here? Who sent you?
Myself? I don't know. I got an invite. I've been to other things like this before. It's not uncommon to see me or you in these situations.
You are good. You are good. I know I can trust you. It must be. Yes, of course. There are strange machinations at work here tonight. A conspiracy, if you will. What do you know of this?
Nothing. Please tell me more.
There are people here determined, I am convinced, to kill the Vicarus. Could you believe? The young, beautiful Vicarus who's been so generous and kind to this region. They want her dead. You don't
Above
know
the table,
anything about that.
do I believe him?
Give me an insight check. He'll insight you as well.
15.
Yeah, this is not a put on. This is like a very concerned elderly man who you get the vibe he just simply doesn't have a lot of allies here at this like relatively like young party.
Young hip
Give me
party.
a persuasion or a deception check. Actually, this will be a deception check because you are lying to him about what you know.
So same either way. That -1's coming in. 0.
Oh no!
And he just like he'll reach out and kind of like grab you and just like, you know, he's got a pretty good grip. He's got that like old man strength, and it just like kind of like cinches in on your arm ever so slightly. And he's just like, you will tell me what you know. And he kind of like looks over to the door, and like the doors open, and that young soldier is joined by another soldier who's kind of like revealing his costume beneath the servant's outfit, as they kind of like step forward and unsheathe their like daggers, their like hidden daggers, and he just kind of like looks at you very suspiciously. Tell me what you know, or face all wrath.
I have no doubt that there's great wrath. May I be so bold as to suggest that we kind of take a calmer look at these? Because I would love to assist with any of this investigation, because I truly believe that you might be right.
I know I'm right, damn it. And you're not being honest with me, and I know that too. And there's nothing worse than a dishonest, beautiful person. And he kind of like takes his hand off you, like, apologies, of course.
No, I completely understand, and I never wish to lie in these situations, but sometimes you know how things have to go, and if there's deception afoot, you definitely don't want to be the one to put things forward in information, and I'm so sorry. But maybe I propose we take like a step back and consider all the possibilities. I mean, I believe that you truly don't believe that I'm involved in this, right?
I mean, it would be a terrible business to send an investigator to do an assassin's job, but one can never tell. You are who you are. You say you are, aren't you not?
That is 100% true. I am Jessica.
Well, very good. We suspect that there is that Master Feli Norris is up to something. He is a very powerful fighter, probably one of the most powerful in that room. And he seems a little bit on edge. I saw you speaking to him. What do you know of it?
I'm sorry, he's talking about Feet's enormous?
Yeah. He's enormous, yeah.
But I never spoke to him.
Well,
I don't know. I was dancing with
yes,
the other person.
Dapper escort of yours. I think, he's up to something, and he's a terrible, terrible... Did you know he's third in place for Vicarus, behind only Prince Holt himself? And Lady Jyn. I suspect him. He is up to something.
Well, I think that warrants a closer look, don't you?
Yes, perhaps your investigative knowledge can lead us to a clue.
I think we should definitely go talk to him.
Yes. Put those away, and you'll see like the one of the soldiers has one of the shackles out, like a set of shackles out for you, and just kind of like goes to like put it away, and as he does it, kind of like hear a click, and he just kind of like freezes and like raises his hand, like one of his hands is like locked in the shackle, and just kind of like looks at you like And you just see Yanni like, oh my god. And with that, we'll come back to Nim in the ballroom, as I believe we last left you.
Certainly. Well, and I have a few minutes until I'm supposed to meet Mr. Enormous, right?
Yeah, like a minute or two.
Okay.
You actually see Felly like leaving the room through the foyer curtains, and just kind of like glancing back towards you, and like does like a slight nod.
Just because this kind of like it would have been done earlier, but I want to make sure I say it ahead of time. I'm wearing mage armor.
Of course, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
evidently, sometimes initiative can come upon you very quickly in this game.
Smart.
But yeah, so I want to go straight over to Mr. Very Enormous, and yeah, and be very interested in politician-y.
Mm-hmm. And as you're walking towards the smoking lounge, you see like the door open, and several of the people that you had seen lounging in there are actually kind of like bustling out and kind of like, rah, rah, who does he think he is? Like, totally wrecked my vibe, man. As they like kind of like a few of them pour out of that room, and you step in, closing the door behind you. You just see Felly Norris like standing at the fire, as it like flickers at his feet, and it just bold move of you, Senator, to assume the position of a royal. What is the cause of this?
I am a royal. On my mother's side, I've always been a royal.
Gaslight
Like I
gatekeep,
said.
girl boss. You love to see it.
Well,
Like I
then.
said, politicians, it's in our job. We can't lie to the public. We have to do what's right for them. And says this so uncannily, but so sincerely.
Well, I think the best move we might agree on is to get rid of the Vicarus tonight. But not ourselves. We would never do something so bold. Please, have a seat.
Yeah. Do you want to perhaps discuss this in a more private venue?
This will be my house by the end of the night, maybe. Please, have seat. Rests a hand on the hilt of
How
the
many
sword.
people are in the room with me? Nobody now?
No, there's nobody else left in here. You get the impression that when he walked in here ahead of you, he kicked everybody out.
Okay.
My plan is not to take Vicarus. I do
When
not
he tells
think such
me to have, when he tells me to have a seat, I would like to, as a bonus action, I can use telekinetic to shove somebody,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
I would like to shove him into the seats.
Ooh, yeah, I love that. Yeah, I'm
Incredible.
gonna give him disadvantage on that because he's super not expecting Senator Hallis to have telekinetic. So that's a 16 to beat.
Let me-
I think it's a strength check for telekinetic.
Strength
It
saving
is
throw.
a
Yeah.
dexterity saving throw, and
Ooh,
he needs to beat.
much worse. 14 then,
Hold on one second.
or 13 even.
It's plus my dexterity modifier, and I'm.
If you're
having
using the
to-
telekinetic feat, it should just be your spell save DC.
Oh, spell save. Okay.
Yeah.
So in that case,
Because I presume you boosted intelligence with the feat.
I did. Yes.
Then it'll be your same
so
wizard
my
save DC.
16 would be what he needs to
He
beat.
fails. And as he like turns, like his like feet go out from under him as like a chair slides across the room, and he kind of like smashes into it and like finds himself now sitting.
I would like to pull out my dagger and put it against his throat.
Oh, I love that. As you do, you like come out and like the dagger's like already right up against. Do you maintain your guys?
Absolutely. This is totally Senator
What
Hallis
what's his
doing
nuts?
this.
Yeah. And he
He's-
just kind of like freezes there for a second, like, impressive. Are you working for Vicarus? Have I made a mistake in my allies? As he like leans into the blade on the knife, and you see it's like cutting into him a little bit, and he'll take 2 points of damage, but it doesn't seem to phase him.
So I say to him, I work for my own campaign. I thought we were here to talk about your political donation, and I am going to what am I gonna do? Hang on a second. I would like to. I have a lot of weird stuff. I would like to lean in more and cut him more.
Oh
Oh,
god.
sure, yeah. Give me a damage roll with your knife.
Okay.
He'll
With
just
the
take the damage.
dagger.
Dagger's a D4 plus either your strength or dex, whichever's better.
Yeah, so my damage it's gonna be 6 damage.
Oh my god.
All right. Well, he's definitely feeling that. As it like digs in, and he just kind of like grits his teeth and just like, I underestimated you, Senator. You will have my support if you support my challenge tonight against Prince Holt. I shall fight him to death.
The Nimigan says, I'm sorry, you have misunderstood what we came here to talk about, and pushes again into his neck. We're here to talk about my campaign donations, not your campaign, and just really shoves with all her might.
Okay. With that, roll initiative.
Okay.
And we'll come back to my 3 upstairs. Attempting to dose this young woman. What do we get?
14 initiative for Mater D.
14 for MD.
We
I love
got
being a
nat
rogue.
20.
23. Oh no.
Oh,
I
hell
only got
yeah.
22.
22? Oh, nice.
I'm so
22.
glad you two are with me. And that you go first. I can pretend to be a scared servant now.
Oh, she did not do well. You see this like as you like reach in, Cassis, with the drop poison. As soon as you like unstop the poison and like lean into like her like drunken form that's just kind of like rested on the bed, you just see this like look on her face of like just like turn like white hot as she just like spins out of the bed and like kicks it up towards you, and from that you see these like almost like wire thin filaments, all across the bed, and you realize like some of them have like wrapped around your like wrists. As she like just steps back and like lands on the bed, you see the like dress that she was wearing just kind of like shudder from the movement, and as it does, the form just shifts into this like black etched like leather armor. The like her face just kind of like almost like graphically like melting away to be like covered, the bottom half like slung over, and covered, her hair just like shifting colors, her eyes becoming like white, with just tiny black little retinas inside. And with that, Cassis, what would you like to do?
Empty the soul and become the void. And I'm just gonna slide in right next to them, and then make a motion with the backward, like a backward stab with my fist as a knife appears in my hand, and I will stab deeply and twist.
Go ahead, give me an attack roll.
Critical hit.
Oh my god.
So with my soul knife feature,
Mhm.
it's a lot of dice. It's a fist.
Do you get
fistful.
Do you get sneak attack?
You were right there.
No, it's just you over top of her at this moment.
Oh, so there's no one around.
Yeah, I don't
There
think
is-
Oh, I
Link
thought
and
they
I
were
have done an
carrying-
initiative.
No, they're like you guys like placed her in bed, and then you're like like the way I imagined it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that
Mhm.
they kind of like plopped her on the bed, and you like unstopped the poison and like stepped in front of them as they like backed off to like put her to sleep for keeps.
I assume I was
okay,
at the
then
door
as a
keeping an eye
bonus
out.
action, I will use the bed to hide. For
Ooh,
a
smart.
27.
27 stealth. Yeah, totally. As she kicks the
There we
bed up, you just kind of like go down and like make a show as if it like had landed on you and knocked you off, and then like just burning through the like the thin mattress, your like knife comes like stabbing out towards her.
Incredible.
Great.
So yes, you will have sneak attack.
Cool.
So it's max and a half if you want to play those rolls, or if you want to roll it, by all means.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah. That's a lot. If it's max and a half.
It's max and a half of your dice.
Holy smokes. Okay. So that is so.
Well, it's 36
6
on
and 4
66 for the sneak attack on crit, isn't it?
Oh no. So it's half of the. So it's 46 with the soul knife and the sneak attack.
Yeah.
And then an
So
extra
it's
D8.
36.
So you've got 32, and then with the roll, we're at 48, 51 points of damage.
Oh my god.
Just
And
and
some
as
of
I
that
stab
psychic
in,
damage,
like you
right?
just see all of their veins ripple with like black and purple magic as they erupt, and there's no marks left as they fall. Hopefully, fall. I don't know. It seems like a lot.
And some of that was psychic damage, if I'm
No.
correct?
Oh wait,
No,
yes, a little
I'll
touch
just-
of it. A little touch of it.
Wait,
eight.
does the main weapon itself deal psychic damage? 'Cause if it does, then it's all-
just the weapon damage deals psychic. So 8.
So your
of
sneak
that,
attack-
so
Your
16.
sneak attack would be psychic as well. It does the same type as the main weapon.
Sure.
Yep.
So
As far as I know.
halved to 25.
Yep. Yeah, as you see that like cuts into her, that psychic knife that pierced the mattress as she stumbles back, the threads that were like attached to you coming undone, but you see as that like wound just kind of like burns the side, you see that like similar like purple glow within Shuri's eyes, resistance to psychic.
If
Ooh.
there also are poison, so the drow poison that I had opened up from before.
Well, you didn't actually get it in. She like
Okay.
as soon as you unstopped the poison,
And I
that's
think-
when she like dropped the act and attacked.
Also, I think.
But
poison
I'd
to
say
apply
it's still
poison uses
available. Like it's still
bonus.
unstopped. So I would say on like as a bonus action, you could like do a dip or whatever, or throw it at her or
I
something.
think that's another turn.
Okay. And with that, sheet music.
Not a whole lot of cheat music can do. Seeing her violently throw the bed though. I'm just gonna pull out my cane. The top of my cane will twist off, revealing a very nice sapphire rapier sheathed inside, which I pull out, and I one arm behind my back, just look at her deep in her looking eyes, on guard. Waiting as soon as I figure out where there it is. 21 to hit her.
Oh, it definitely hits.
Okay.
Do some damage.
8 total magical piercing damage. Stab her in the shoulder. I'm going non-lethal as much as possible with the rapier.
Okay, yeah, and as it like stabs in through past the armor, you see even more of those like threads. You realize some of them are like attached to you, likely when you started carrying her. Those are severed as well. As she like takes another like stumble back and starts to like assess the danger in the room. Anything else? Bonus
I
action.
I do have a
Movement.
bonus action. I will uh pull a flourish with my rapier and a small note, and the initials SM appear floating next to Cassius's head. Is
Nice.
bardic inspiration.
Little bardic inspiration for you, Cassis. And
Hell.
with that, Maitre D.
Ooh, an S&M.
Mater D is going to walk backwards towards the door of the bedroom. Is that within 30 feet?
Yes, definitely.
Okay,
So
cool.
not
Object interaction. I'm going to close the door.
Sure.
Yeah. And then I'm going to turn around. I'll close it, lock it, turn around. I'll use my bonus action to lock it if I have to. I don't really have anything that uses my bonus action.
Mhm.
I'm going to turn around and then pull the cane out from where I had it stashed in my disguise.
Mm-hmm.
And the head of it starts to glow this like deeply unsettling purple. And then I'm just going to look at her and be like, you should have stayed asleep. Eldritch Blast.
Nice.
That will be, because I'm 5th level, so I get 2 beams. That will be a 20 and a 28 to hit.
Both hit. Yeah,
All right.
that's good.
That will be 16 points of force damage.
Beautiful. For both of them?
10 and a 6.
Oh, 10 and 6. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yep. And as she gets hit with these, you see that like eldritch magic just kind of like burn off as she like stumbles back. The threads that were attached to you now come undone. She just like looks at all of you, will reach in her pocket and just be like, "You will never stop us." And she'll throw up a white powder, and as it like reaches the air, it just fills the room with darkness. And with that like a magical darkness that just fills the room, you hear the steps. Does anybody have anything that can see through darkness?
I don't think I got
Uh,
anything
ooh.
from magical darkness.
Actually, our maitre d' has detect magic up.
Oh, that's true, I do.
Yeah, you can definitely see the image of her two short swords slung at her sides. One get pulled free. You see the magic of this powder kind of like expand outwards. And with that, if you'd like, you can, Sheet and Cassis can make an attempt to hit her with an attack of opportunity as she flees out the window on the opposite side of the room. You hear the glass break, and her steps fill the room. So this will be an attack with disadvantage, and then I will roll a D100 to see if you're even close. This is for Cassis. It's a 19, that won't be enough. And for Sheet, should you choose, 64 will be enough to possibly hit them. So roll at
It's a
disadvantage.
little 3.5 miss chance, I see.
With disadvantage, I still got a 21.
Damn!
Yeah, and with that, you're able to like you hear the footsteps, even though they're like muffled from a professional assassin. You still hear well enough to strike where you figure the body is. Do some damage on that attack of opportunity.
7 points of magical piercing.
And you feel you gain purchase with your rapier, and then you feel the weight come off of it as she flings herself out of the window. You hear another smash of glass, and with that, the darkness just drops. You see the broken window on the opposite end of the room. You hear the glass breaking from below, and inside the greenhouse, you just see the glass shatter from above you as everybody takes a step back. The two soldiers have now somehow managed to handcuff themselves to each other in an attempt to free that, and they're pulling it, and you just see Yanni like, you're embarrassing me, as a glass shatters above you in the greenhouse, and you see a figure dropping into the room and hitting the ground in like catching themselves on some of the trees below. And with that, from inside the lounge, you don't hear anything because the door is closed and this room has a magical silence. And with that, we'll take a quick little break. So thanks for sticking with us. We'll come back and Nasav will have a few words for the lot of you. We'll continue this mission. We'll
As soon
see
as
you
I
guys
clean
in
up this
about-
crime scene.
Yeah, we'll see you guys in about 15 minutes. And welcome back to Fablemancers. Tonight we're playing some Dungeons and Dragons Masquerade. Now, it looks like a lot less mask and a lot more raid as we have some combats breaking out all over the house. Intrigue unfolding as we have uncovered one of tonight's assassins, and our wizard is trapped in the room with a giant barbarian who looks like has their own plot unfolding. And with that, we'll come back to our players standing in the room as the darkness fades. The assassin being outed, having pretended to be a drunk patron and a drunk guest, was being politely escorted to another room to have their identities stolen. When it turns out they were a very apt, a psychic assassin who fled the scene, falling into the greenhouse where we find Miss Jessica Fletcher and her potential suitor, Yanni Savets himself, the Tabaxi war general. You see the glass falling, the trees shuddering. You hear the like impact of a body onto the soft dirt just off of the path following along this greenhouse. Miss Fletcher, what would you like to do?
Miss Fletcher is going to grab his arm, look at the situation, and look around to see like what's going on, and see what moves he makes first, like a good early '80s lady.
He'll reach behind his back and pull out a battle axe that just looked like a small, maybe like retractable staff, like a baton. He like whips it out, and then he like, it'll work. Just stick with me. And he like kind of twists the handle. Oh, damn arthritis! As the blades pop out of this weapon, he now stands holding the battle axe as he kind of like steps in front of you. His tail kind of like comes up and just is kind of in your face a little bit as he like takes a stance. And who goes there? Who are you?
And in that moment, she's gonna pull out her heavy crossbow from the her skirts as it's like down on her leg, and bring that out as well.
Yeah, and you level it towards the bush. You see some of the bushes move and shudder, and you see Yanni just kind of turn towards you, like, "Don't worry, Mister. Holy shit!" As he like sees your heavy crossbow, like. His like ears like kind of like flip a little bit, and his like tail like whips, like a little bit excited by the surprise that you're packing some serious heat. Come out before we are forced to engage. I am General Savets of the Imperial Army. I demand you show yourself. Give me a perception check to see if you can see any movement.
17.
And with that, we'll see. You see like a small, like a slender, feminine figure within the bushes, just kind of like tuck and roll. And with that, as you like follow that path that you thought they were going to go, you see another bush like shudder off to the left. But you hear no response to the general's call.
Would this count as a creature I see, or are they still like no?
They're still, you can't really see. You get an idea of where you think they might be, but you can't see their, like, you can't see their eyes or anything like that.
Okay.
The general steps forward and like, then how about you? And will charge forward towards the shuddering bush, axe raised. And swing down as he like brings the axe down and just cleaves this beautiful looking plant with some of those like the blossoms on it just cut, severed, and like is like axe impacting the dirt. Nothing behind that bush.
A groundskeeper somewhere else in the house goes, "No, my topiary."
Ah!
That
As
draft
he
didn't need a
calls out,
head.
you see that there was nobody there. You do see like a kind of out of place rock that was likely tossed as a distraction. As you see a faint glint come from the opposite side of the greenhouse towards Yanni. That'll hit as a dagger wedges into Yanni's side. You just see him like gasp for air as he not very good, poor guy, takes quite a bit of damage, and you just see his whole body just like seize up, stuck with his like axe in the ground. His body appears paralyzed.
Okay. Jessica's definitely going to enter the phrase. There's an injured dude. She's going to go towards him, as well as turn her crossbow towards where that shot just came from.
Sure. Give me an. We'll do an initiative roll now as you enter non-ambush combat.
27 natural 20.
Okay, settle down, Jess.
Shooting from the hip.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back to this combat in just a moment as we clip back to the smoking lounge. The hookah tossed aside in the kerfuffle. The Feli, the large Nordic man, conspirator with a knife not just to his neck, but in his neck, pressed down through magics into this chair. What did you roll for initiative?
26.
Oh my goodness gracious! What are you guys?
Amazing.
Spritz rolled a 12.
Spritz rolled a 12. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's 9 for him. So you two will go first. 26, 12, 9. What would you like to do, Nim?
Oh, I am still above him with my blade to his throat.
Correct.
Pushing. I would like to cast Green Flame Blade on my dagger.
Hell yeah.
And do a little extra damage there.
Little some, yeah. And with that, like because of just this nature, I'll say for this last attack, you can just roll the damage.
Okay.
Well, actually, roll to see if you critical. But it is a guaranteed hit because you're pressed up into his neck already.
I was a 19.
So close.
Oh, man, with that green flame blade, he would have been.
Okay,
real
You know, let the
So-
3.5 dagger crit range slide too. 19 to 20.
So for Green Flame Blade, I've got a 6 plus 4 damage, so that's 10 damage.
10 damage. Yeah, and with that, you just kind of draw it across his neck, and you just see it like he just flexes against the blade itself, but that like lingering green fire still like licks up his chin. He just grits his teeth. Anything else you'd like to do?
No, I mean, I'm gonna maintain this position So I'm staying on him.
Okay. Spritz.
Spritz is going to, because he's invisible, does he provoke an attack of opportunity for leaving a threatened
No,
space?
he has
Okay.
no idea that he's there yet.
He's just going to buzz up into the rafters of the room.
Okay.
Take out his little short bow. Wait, can he have a? Okay, so he's breaking invisibility, and this is the first time my familiar has become visible.
Yeah.
He's wearing a tiny little miniature tailcoat, the same as what I was wearing when we walked in. And
course.
strapped to his back, he pulls out a crossbow. And I'll just use the longbow stats, but he's strapped a crossbow to his back, pulls it out. He's like, "Suck on this," and takes the shot.
Nice.
With advantage from invisibility. That will be a 19 to hit.
19 definitely hits. Roll some damage.
Okay. So he takes 1 piercing damage, and has to make a Constitution saving throw. If he gets lower than a 10, he is poisoned. If he gets lower than a 5, he is unconscious.
Okay. That's Constitution saving throw is 24.
Oh shit! All right. Well, I tried. And that's his turn.
Sticks into him.
Yeah, it's literally the size of a toothpick. Just it's a cocktail toothpick. With an olive and everything.
That was the poison part.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an unfermented olive.
Yeah.
He just kind of like slaps it away and just like, enough of this silly business. He will attempt to just grab you, Nim.
Ooh, grapple.
So that'll be athletics or acrobatics to avoid it.
Acrobatics for sure. Wait a second.
No muscle wizard tonight.
Yeah, acrobatics. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, almost. He got a 21.
Oh no!
17 plus 4. So close. As it grabs you, you like put up a pretty good fight, like pretty surprised, and just like, nice ones. You surprised me yet again, Senator. But he's going to turn and throw you into the fire, in the hearth.
Okay.
So you'll take...
As a reaction, can I shield behind me to the fire?
Ooh, I love that. Yes, you may. Which I'll say it'll just reduce the fire damage by 2d6. So you'll only take 1d6 of the heat from the spell or from the fire itself. So you'll take 5 fire damage.
Oh,
nice move. And with that, he'll pull out his sword to he'll just reach out, and it just like this long great sword just like forms in his grip as he just 2 hands shoves it towards you. You do have your shield up, so that's good. But you'd be considered prone, so you don't have advantage. So that's a 24 to hit.
Shield still applies for shield applies for the whole round. Do you got it?
Yeah.
I'm
24.
With mage armor and with the shield, I'm still only at 18. So
unfortunate.
Let's see. 10 plus 1, so 11, 10 piercing or slashing damage, and 1 fire damage. As he stabs it in, your shield taking the brunt of the blade as it like pushes through, and just like the tip kind of like catches you in the shoulder as he like pulls it away. Are you concentrating on anything?
I'm not. I don't know. Mage armor is not concentration.
All right, that's his turn. And we'll come back to the top of that round after we find out what's happening in the guest quarters. We come to the 3 of you, having seen Shure jump out of the window. The glass or the darkness fades from a loss of concentration after hitting the ground. What would you like to do?
Maitre d',
Uh,
what little birds have you? What information do we have? Who can we pin this on?
I'm so glad you asked. Can I use prestidigitation? I assume there's a bunch of blood on the floor in here from her being
Yep.
stabbed multiple times.
No, there's no blood from my stabs.
Yeah, but the rapier.
The rapier
caught her
would.
twice. Yeah. So
Yeah.
there is like a trail of blood leading to the broken window.
Okay, so I'm going to use let me know this might be some shenanigans. Can I use prestidigitation to shape the blood that is on the floor?
Yes, I like that a lot.
Okay, I'm going to shape it into several names, and then there's a trail leading to the window with her jumping out. So it's basically like her throwing her compatriots under the bus. The names that are going to be written there are going to be Bilterwilt, Santana, and Felinormus, the guy that she's fighting downstairs right now, because I saw that through my familiar. So there's going to be 3 names written in blood. So it basically looks like she threw her people under the bus because she knew she was going to die or something like that, and
Sure.
then jumped out the window.
Awesome. Yeah.
And then I turned to the other 2, and I say, "Get the fuck out of here now."
Naturally.
Once they're a ways down the hallway, so while I'll use prestidigitation to do that, and I think that'll prevent me from sharing senses with my familiar downstairs, won't it?
Yeah, we'll say just because they are in combat.
Yeah, and
it would be
prestidigitation, if I'm doing
turn-based.
that, would probably use my concentration. Okay. So while I'm busy framing him while he's fighting the wizard downstairs, I'll shape this room, kind of clean up the crime scene, and then I know she's going to be sort of pinning it on these 3. So I'll take out, because with my Scholar's Pack, I have parchment and an ink pen. I'll bring out the parchment, write out a little note that basically says, like, "Death to the Vicarus," or something like that.
Nice.
And then take the dagger that I stashed earlier,
yeah,
stab it into the wall right next to the blood trail, and then, because I'm still a servant, I'm going to wait until the rest are clear from the room, and then scream horrifically as though I've just come across this crime scene that I created.
Amazing. Sheet and Cassis, as you're ushered out of the crime scene, what would you like to do?
I am going to kind of walk down the hallway a ways and peel the brim of my hat just a bit, using the Hat of Disguise to cast Disguise Self. I'm just trying to figure out who I'm going to be, so give me 2 seconds on
Okay,
that.
Cassis.
While you're doing that, I'm going to just walk behind you and start to sort out in my head kind of how the story is all going to play out. And then as Sheet is getting ready, I'm like, perhaps we should dance? Blend in with the edge of the crowd?
A bad idea. Can you lead?
Yeah!
I mean, you could give him the help action.
I can handle this, and I will turn into Jessica.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Ooh.
Sure. And the 2 of you descend the stairs back towards the foyer. In the foyer, you do see Bilderwilt kind of like looking around, like talking to some of the help, like, "What the hell was that? Where is it coming from? What is it?" And kind of like sees you 2 coming down the stairs. Claps his hand and like it bows his head in respect to royalty, or who he believes is royalty. Look as he looks back up. What happened up there? What's going on? Did you hear that noise? What is that ruckus? Was it that drunken fool? making a mess?
I'm going to. I'm gonna look directly at him and using my psychic whispers in his mind go, guilty, guilty, guilty. The end comes.
Oh, is it time now? Is it time for the signal already? Very good. Okay. And he'll just kind of like flush, like fixes himself and like buzzes the other ones away, and he'll kind of like rush around you and like up the steps, and open the door to the upper mezzanine where the bards are playing their music.
Does he
and
hear me
close it.
screaming as he comes
As
up the
as
stairs?
yeah as I want to time it so that as maitre d as a servant does the screaming, I'm going to also like yell out to the crowd like, look, Wilterbilt.
Wilterwilt.
Bilterwilt.
Bilterwilt. Yeah.
Just went upstairs with a screaming.
Yeah. Well, and he hears the scream out as he like opens the door towards the bards. The scream actually does like filter into the ballroom.
Perfect.
As he just and like everybody like turns and looks as Cassis and Sheet arrive at the lower dance floor where you had first entered the party. You shout and point up, and the whole party just turns to look at Bilterwilt. With the doors wide open and just standing in shock as the scream fills the room. Everybody crowds around. You see Camden Holt, the prince, kind of like pull up onto the dais next to the Vicarus and just kind of like, you see Willis Wind, the head of security, instantly just like disappear into like a puff of flowers and then reappear right next to the Vicarus, arm out, staff in hand. You hear the whole party just kind of stare as Builder will just like closes the door. But before he does, he just shouts out to the bards, "This is the bloody signal, you fools!" and closes the door. And with that, they'll start to strum on their instruments. Sheet and Cassis, along with everybody else in the party, please give me a save against the sleep spell.
Sleep in 5e doesn't have a
Absolutely
saving
not.
throw.
I
Do you want us to
believe.
roll wisdom
What?
saving
Yeah,
throws?
is that a wisdom save?
Yeah, it's not a.
That
it's
is such a good question.
Yeah, 5e
Yeah.
sleep is just you roll the number of hit points and then there's no saving
Yeah,
throw.
yeah, there is no save. So
If it is a sleep effect that isn't like that, I would assume wisdom
no,
save.
no, you're absolutely right. That's why I wasn't written down, and I was like, why didn't I write this save down? Because there is no
That's
save.
okay.
I do have a question.
How much HP do you guys? I guess it's gonna start with the smallest person. So there's.
Hey, it's me. Oh no, wait,
Well,
it's you.
You can't
No.
hear it.
The
'Cause he
wizard.
closed the door.
Oh, gotcha.
These are just the people in the main ballroom. I'm just seeing
okay.
if I can break a certain number, then I'll ask you what your HP is. But I don't think I'm going to.
Wizard who's
These
already down
rolls.
16 HP doesn't have to deal with that. Perfect.
Thank goodness.
No, the leftover is 3, so that's not enough for either of you. And with that, this music like strums out, and it just fills this room. Sheet music. As a bard, you like recognize this spell immediately. This sleep enchantment just drifts down, and you just see the guests one by one just falling as the 40 or so odd people in this room just instantly start falling asleep. You see the Vicarus herself just kind of nod off, is caught by Willis, the head of security, but she also kind of like loses her footing and takes a knee as everybody drops down. Everybody fallen asleep at this moment. except for two servers who stand there rigidly against the music as that tone fades and that magic effect just settles in. The two of you just stand just completely shocked as these two servers turn to face you and pull the wax out of their ears, and in their hands short swords appear as they will rush
Can we
you.
Can we make or can I make an attack against one of them before we get going here? Since
Yes, absolutely, because they are as surprised to see you as you are that everybody is now asleep.
it's a good day to be a half elf.
Ooh, hell yeah.
That's 17 plus 7 for 24.
Gotta love that
Yep,
sleep
definitely hits.
immunity.
Sheet music, if you'd like to try something right now, you will have an ambush round before initiative.
How far away are they?
They're about 30 feet from you.
Okay. Is the given that everybody fell, is this difficult terrain?
Yeah, to get right up next to them would be difficult terrain.
Cool.
Unless you want to roll some acrobatics, you are at Tabaxi, I'd say, with a little bit of ease. Like the first 10 feet is kind of like the entrance. So you could probably give a running jump if you'd like to get next to them.
Yeah, I can do that. Let's see.
Sam, how much damage?
Psychic Dagger does 10 points of psychic damage to
Okay.
one of those servers.
It seems to be in full effect on this servant.
That's the button I'm looking for. 6 on my acrobatics check to get over there. Ooh. Ideal.
Yeah, as you run up there, you just you do that like cat run, and you like kind of run up, and you like wiggle a little bit, like you're gonna do it. And you
Calibrating.
do like the half jump, and like fuck it.
Right.
You won't be able to make it.
I guess I can still have an action.
Yes.
All right. I will reach into my suit jacket and I will pull out a small napkin wrap.
Your dress, you do look like Jessica still.
Oh, that's right. Oh, great. But yes, I will reach into my. Well, it is my jacket underneath the dress illusion, and I will pull out this little napkin bundle that I release and throw into the air as I cast Nethir's Mischief on top of those two.
Ooh, hell
A
yeah.
20-foot cube filled with fey and draconic magic sort of just settles on top of them, and I have to figure out what it's doing this round.
It does
I don't
a
see that
thing.
one a lot. That's awesome.
I got a 1, which means that it does. The smell of apple pie fills that cube, and everyone in there has to make a wisdom save or get charmed by me.
Ooh, love that. Oh yeah. So that's not good. 10 and a 9, both with +1.
Both of those fail, and so they get charmed by my lovely feline looks, and I stare them down as I say, "On guard."
Okay. Yeah, they kind of look, and like you just see that like look on their faces, like get them before they stop us. Just change to like, or who needs a slice cut? Where is this fucking pie? Like I'm just, and they're like looking for a pie to cut with their swords. Like I can go for a slice. I'm so fucking hungry. They let us work in the kitchen, but we can't eat. It's totally garbage.
Can one of the 5 that I stole come out with apple pie?
Yeah.
That's fine.
as they
They're
the
probably
door
asleep.
open. Well, one of them like opens the door and just kind of like backs back out. Like, nah, I'm not. I don't get paid enough for that. Minimum wage.
You know what?
Is not
Yeah.
worth a room full of sleeping nobles.
Uh-huh.
I'll turn to
The
Cassius.
accusations alone.
I'll turn to Cassius and sort of just.
Yeah, and for the next, I believe it's a minute, or however long your charm lasts, the two of you are no longer in combat, as they are like, oh, my mistake. Kind of forgot what I was doing here. And with that, we'll come back to the greenhouse. What would you like to do to start us off, Jessica?
Okay. How far away was that there was one bush near me that was wiggling, and then there was another bush on the other side of the greenhouse that was wiggling,
Mhm.
correct?
It's about
Okay.
25 feet away is where you've seen the knife come from. You can attempt to try and find the assassin with a perception check.
Would that count as my action or no?
No.
Perception check it is. 17.
17. You've seen where the knife came from, and you get the impression that she's probably trying to lead you into the same thing that just happened to the other guy and is not behind that bush and is currently hidden.
Okay. So I am going to summon. I am going to cast Summon Beast
Hell
and
yeah,
place them
amazing.
over there towards where that bush was.
Okay. What kind
And
of
I'm
beast do
going
you
to
summon?
do a land beast. So we'll say that it's a small beast, but really I just want it to be like a really cool badger. Like a bigger than
Yeah.
normal badger. That's technically like a tiny beast, but
Yeah, sure.
It's a dire badger.
Yeah.
sorry.
And with that, like he just like burrowing out of the ground right by that bush and just the badger just kind of pokes their head through. Give me another perception check with advantage this time, as your badger can sniff them out.
That is a 21.
And as the badger like looks and it just kind of like cocks its head up, and you just follow its eye line, and you just see like a foot like pulling into the tree, like onto a branch. You got a pretty good idea of where she is now.
Okay. Can I use my bonus action to do Hunter's Mark? Or
Yeah,
do I not see them well
absolutely.
enough?
Now that you got an idea of where she is, what does Jessica's hunter mark look like?
Jessica's Hunter Mark looks like a whole bunch of like little fishes swirling around the creature that only she can see, as if
Mhm.
she were like fishing on the coast of Maine.
Yeah.
And it's just floating softly around.
Yeah, little like little tiny minnows and stuff, just like as if they're like pecking at a piece of bread thrown into the sea, just kind of flitting around and schooling around
Couple
this figure.
lobsters
You now
thrown
see
in.
this feminine figure like perched on a tree, bow at the ready. Unfortunately, the soldiers are handcuffed together and unable to attack still. Turns
These
out
guys.
that the general had the keys, but the General Yanni is still paralyzed with a knife stuck in him. And with that, she will line you up and take a shot. With
Try to
her
hit
other
me.
dagger, not great. 14 to hit.
Does not hit.
You just see like whip past your head and hit the ground. You see as the dagger like hits the ground, there's like an aroma like lingering in the air. This is the poison from the flower you seen earlier. Looks like our assassin has a green thumb as well. Um, and with that, you just see her like flip backwards through the tree and dart across. She's going to attempt to hide, but because you have a hunter's mark and the invisible, well, to her, invisible minnows, she perches herself behind like a rock, almost right in your like field of vision, and like in your peripherals, you kind of see where she is without giving away that you know exactly her position. And what would you like to do?
Oh, Jessica is gonna shoot.
Okay, go ahead.
Sharpshooter also gets rid of that cover.
True.
Sure does.
That is a nat 1, y'all, so it's a 10.
Oof.
Breaks on time.
Crossbow misfires.
But I get a second action though, right?
Yeah, you
Oh yeah,
like
you get 2 attacks.
Ranger.
I
You
could have
like-
done 3, but then I did this beast. I was an idiot.
Ooh,
you
that's
turn
right.
and snap and realize you forgot to load it. Damn it! As you like throw another one in there, your badger rushes over.
See.
And I think
13.
you can have advantage with this because your beast is next to your target.
Ooh. Give him
Oh,
the
that's a
health action.
23.
All right, definitely hits.
Fantastic. Throw some damage on that. 9 damage.
9 damage. Not doing very well. You just hear as it buries into it. You just hear as she kind of stumbles off to one side, reaching out, reaching inside her armor and pulling out. You just see 5 strings extend outwards towards you. As she will attempt to grab you with this psionic ability for a 19.
19. Yes, that does work. I also forgot my hunter's mark on that last roll.
Oh, yeah,
Nice.
well, roll that damage up. You should live through it.
That's a 4.
4.
So 13 total.
13 total, thank you. She'll deal out 9 slashing damage to you and make a Constitution saving throw, please.
That's an 8.
And with that, you feel your body like bound by these almost like invisible strings, like a spider web, flitting in the wind. You just catch like the gleam of it, but as it like tightens on you, your eyes kind of like focus, and you see her hand extending out from the bush with 5 strings tied to each finger. She'll just pull one of your hands down, and you feel like you'll have disadvantage as you are restrained on your next turn. And with that, we'll cut back to the smoking room. You are still in the hearth, Nim. This large figure standing over you. See the like rage burbling over in this barbaric Feli Norse. What would you like to do?
Okay, so I would like to, as a bonus action, I would like to shove him because it says I can shove toward me or away from me.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to shove him into the fire.
Incredible.
Yeah, totally.
And he has to make a dexterity saving throw of 16.
9 with a -1.
Okay, so he'll go into the fire.
Yeah.
And I'm like down on the ground, so I'm hoping he'll go over me. Kind of.
Well, the way I like it is you like kind of like reach out with your like magic. You realize he's still like bound with this like telekinesis, and you like as you pull him forward, you like use that leverage to pull yourself up and past, and he like goes to lift his sword, but he's stuck in this as he just and like bangs his head on the sill, and he will take 3 fire damage in response to that. Does the spell do any other damage?
No, just that. I also did forget because I'm not used to playing D&D, but I should have given you damage for my dagger as well as the flame blade before. And
Okay, yeah, add it up. Let's
back,
go. Stack it and
Okay.
rack it.
So that would be an additional 7.
Nice. Yeah, and as you stab him, like, and it hits his head and like falls into the fire, you just pulling himself away. It looks like he's trying to get out of the fire. Anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah, I'd like to, for half my movement, stand up and back up. Am I going to take advantage or a opportunity attack by leaving?
I would say no, because he's like in the fire with a greatsword, so that's just like
Okay.
all he could do is maybe like waft it at you.
Okay, so I'm going to stand up with half my movement, back up, and I'm going to shoot him with firebolt.
Yes.
Ooh, amazing! Yeah, let's go. That
Crispy.
heat.
So that'll be a 22 to hit,
Yeah, okay.
and that is 8 damage.
8 more damage.
Ooh, 8 on 2d10.
Adding up, adding up, adding up.
It's not the greatest, but sorry.
Oh, I've been there. Trust me.
Warlock.
Yeah, I'll say now, are you pressed up against the door to the hallway that leads to the front entrance, or the door
I guess
that
it
leads
depends
back
on
into
how
the
big the
ballroom?
room is. Is the room that short?
It's only about
feet?
25 feet. I'd say like between your telekinesis and your like half of your movement, you could be up against either the door that leads to the ballroom or the door that leads to the front room.
I would love to be right up against the door and like standing there for and he's in the fire, so I'm quite a bit of ways away from him.
Sure, yeah. And with that, he's going to push himself up off of the fire using half of his movement.
Does our little sprite guy get any?
Oh yeah, shit. Sorry, I
I
forgot.
think Sprite was last in initiative.
No,
No, he's
it is
second.
Felly. You're 12.
Ooh,
Felly
all
only
right.
rolled a 7.
Well, he doesn't want to get any closer. You know what? While he's distracted in the fire, Sprite's going to take this opportunity to turn invisible again. He'll use his action to turn invisible and ready an arrow.
Sure. And with that, Felly pushes himself up. He checks the rafters for that pesky little bug. Cannot see them. Locks eyes again on you, Nim, and will like run and attempt to charge you. But only because his weapon has reach is he able to like drive his sword towards you.
As a reaction,
the
I would
flames
like
still
to
burning his fancy clothes.
I would like to cast shield as a reaction.
Okay. It's a 17 to hit.
That will not hit with my shield.
And just inside the ballroom, as you two are like convincing these folks to like just chill the heck out, you just see a sword tip like punch through the door as it like comes towards you, Nim, hits your shield and ricochets off, stabbing through the door. He'll like pull it free again and just like kind of like put his hand out and be like, I've underestimated you. Oh, sorry. I've underestimated you yet again, Senator. Maybe we can let this lie. As he will use his second attack to plead for a ceasefire. And with that, we'll come back to up in the guest quarters. Mater D, the door flies open. You see Bilterwilt step into the room and like look and see the blood and just be like, "What did you do to her?"
I didn't do anything.
And he like looks down and sees his name like etched into the blood on the floor, and then like looks up at you. What is the meaning of this?
I cast Flock of Familiars. And then they all fire their bow at him to try to put him to sleep.
Amazing.
Yeah, to leave him here unconscious.
Go ahead.
Is that
how many
surprised?
attacks is that? I think he's on guard, but
okay.
So it won't be with advantage. But
it normally summons 2 extra, but because I'm a warlock, I always cast it one level up, so I get 3. Ooh, okay. We'll do that one last. And you guys, he sees 3 more little sprites in tailcoats with the crossbows. They all just sort of like pop out of the ether and go, "All right, boss, what do you want us to do?" And that will be a 14 to hit.
That does.
23 to hit and a natural 20.
And that definitely does.
Okay, so he only takes 4 points of piercing damage because it counts as 1d1, so that on a crit it does 2. But so he takes 4 points of piercing damage, and he has to make the 3 Constitution saving throws.
Heck yeah.
DC 10 to avoid the poisoned condition, DC 5 to avoid unconsciousness.
Natural 1 on the first roll.
Let's go.
And with 1 health HP left, hey, and just like in the doorway, just hits the doorway and just like slides down, his like feet coming out from under him.
I catch him as he falls unconscious and put him in the broken bed and then tear off down the stairs.
Nice. Yeah, and as you like toss him in the bed, some of the like blood that was like just kind of like splattered onto the bed from earlier, just like soaking into his cummerbund.
Oh, perfect.
And you're able to make your way down. Where would you like to go at this time?
I assume my familiar that's still down in the room has heard him ask for a ceasefire.
Yeah, as it like went to as he turned invisible, you were able to in that like moment kind of hear your sprite kind of tell you like, "Oh, wizard and barbarian." Smoking lounge.
Yeah. So if I get the message that the barbarian has offered a ceasefire and the wizard's kind of made a fool of him, the sprites and the sprite squad and I are all going to do invisibility. I will cast invisibility on myself with my last spell slot.
Okay.
They're both concentration. I can't do both. Never mind.
Darn.
So all 3 of them will turn invisible. I'm going to resume the form of the maitre d', and I'm going to stride out onto the balcony and try and disrupt these bards as best I can myself, and I will send my 3 invisible sprites down with their fly speed to start waking the guests up.
Sure, yeah, and the door flies open. You see the bards playing this kind of like retching tune. Yeah, I guess you weren't there when I cast it, so it doesn't matter. You hear that. You see one stepping like in front of you, the singer, with those like low elven kind of like vocal notes kind of like turn to look at you, and your invisible sprites like fly down into the room. What do we see Cassis and sheet music doing with your 2 charmed
one last thing. I'll spend an action to use my Rod of the Pact Keeper to get one of my Warlock spell slots back.
Sure.
I can do that once per long rest.
Yep. Gotta need those spells. Sheet Cassius. 2 charmed assailants in front of you, and everybody else passed the F out.
Oh, right.
So
We gotta
look at
deal
my
with
hand.
these 2.
I'll drop my disguise. I'll go back to sheet form and tabaxi form, and I'll look at Cassis and nod my head ever so gently towards those 2 who are looking for a pie to cut, while I'll take care of the Vicarus, yes, and just race over there.
Sure. Yeah, and you're able to kind of cross over. It's taking a little longer as you like navigate through the bodies, but I could say like if you want, you could be kind of like kicking some of these people awake as you go. Maybe not being as graceful as you.
No, I have.
Just give them the
this help
plate
me.
stomp. Let them know.
How
you're
often?
noble.
Yeah, how often do you get to kick a noble in the head and they'll thank you for it after?
That is true. I have. I think I'll just
Every
gently.
weekend.
for that.
I'll cast kinetic jaunt on myself to give myself a little bit
Oh,
of
nice.
footwork as I dance across the floor, and
Hell
maybe kick at least a couple nobles in the head.
Yeah. And as you do,
Can you
we
kick
see
it?
some of those like earlier dance moves just kind of in full flourish as you step around and like twist and turn and flip. You're able to find one that's kind of like slumped over in their chair as you like put a foot on their head and just kind of kick off. You're able to like clear the distance, landing on the dais next to the Vicarus. And with that, I would say you could use an action to shake her or Willis awake at this time,
Yes.
or the prince if you'd like.
I will look back at the person I stepped on their face and just my apologies, and land gracefully, wake up the Vicaress, and lift her up so she can kind of get up all in one motion.
Yeah, as you like kind of right her mask just kind of like off kilter to one side. She's just kind of like, what is happening?
Let's fix this, and it's time to get
They're
out of here, dear.
dead! Ah! And she looks out to her party of collapsed people, and lets out a tremendous wail.
Not dead, just asleep, and that should wake most of them and the dead as well. Let's get you out of here.
Yeah, I think so. And she turns and presses on a like a small pedestal behind her, and turns the top, and you see the glass window behind her just and like shift open, and a secret entranceway into the greenhouse opens up, as you're kind of hit in the air with this like hot kind of verdant air. Cassis, what would you like to do?
So I'm imagining that there's like columns and such in this hall, and I wanted to
Yep.
get into a game of like peekaboo with one of the assailants, and like just like trying to like sneak around.
Mhm.
And as we're doing that, I'd like to like roll stealth so that I can come around the other side and slash them in the back.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead. Give me a stealth check.
For lots. What is that? That is 26. To stealth.
You just see him point as you like first duck behind. He's got the pie in his pocket. And like, then you like disappear and just where'd he go? You are hidden.
These guys are charmed. If they make a hostile action, I will use my reaction to slice at one.
Yeah, and you just see like as they kind of like look around, like I don't know what to do. Like, where'd he go? Where's our friend? You just like see Cassius just like almost like lifting up one of the like arms of the sleeping guests as you like kind of like ready to strike like right underneath this guy, like completely out of their field of vision. And with that, we will jump back to Nim in the smoking room. It is top of the round. What would you like to do?
This is a good question. How does this barbarian look? How's he doing?
It looks like you've definitely done some damage, but he was raging, so some of that did not stick as
sure.
deeply as you thought. You feel like he's got quite a few more hit points, probably more than you.
So as a bonus action, I'm gonna take a like. Never mind. I'm not gonna do that because I don't want to show how low my health point or my points are because I'm not gonna take my healing potion. I am going to. I'm gonna say to him. I'm gonna say. Yeah, we can work together. I think that we could work together quite nicely. I am going to step like I'm gonna leave the room.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, because I know about the familiar, I'm also know that a familiar can be resummoned. But I am going to say you should probably stay here and clean yourself up a little bit. I'm going to open the door, let myself out. I'm going to cast Fireball into the room and close the door.
No. Good plan, yeah. And pulls his sword out of the door. As like the door closes, you just like put your finger back through the hole that he cut, and cast Fireball on the inside of the room. And he'll have disadvantage because, as far as he's concerned, party over.
I have an important question.
Mm-hmm.
How high are the ceilings in this room?
About 15 feet.
Shit. doesn't matter where she puts the fireball. The
I
sprite's going down.
I didn't know that you could resummon him later. I'm sorry.
With
You
disadvantage,
can make a
that is
dexterity
a
saving
4.
throw to avoid some of it.
It's got 2
The sprite has 2 hit points. It dies no matter what.
But the guy, he can take a dexterity saving throw to
Yeah, he failed. Got a 5 minus 1 for a 4.
Okay. He takes 30 points of fire damage.
Ooh.
Roasted.
And as you step into the ballroom, you see a room full of sleeping people. Some of them mid-dance, some of them collapsed. You see the Vicarus awakened and fleeing through a glass door leading into the greenhouse with your associate sheet music. You see 2 kind of like dumbfounded servants that are now armed with short swords, like arguing about who gets to cut the pie. You see, you don't quite see Cassis, but you see this kind of like lingering, like psionic energy. And the rest of you look up to see Nim, like, hi, as the door like just rattles against its frame, splintering in the middle, as like smoke and fire just billows out from that hole made from the sword, as the telltale signs of a fireball goes off in the other room. Strangely, you hear the door shutter, but you don't necessarily hear the explosion. Whatever magic spell they have cast on these individual rooms seems to contain most of the noise, but the whole palace shudders. The chandeliers above the ballroom kind of shake. You see some of the bards kind of as they are shook, and they all look at each other and stand aghast, like, is this part of the plan? Like, some of them starting to panic. Anything else you'd like to do, Nim?
I'd just like to quick grab my healing potion and take a swig of it.
Sure, yeah, bonus action as a self-heal. Love that. With that, we're back in the greenhouse. Jessica, you see the Vicarus run in through this secret door that now leads into a room full of sleeping people. She kind of like runs into the paralyzed Yanni and kind of like catches him as he like tips over as if he were a statue. She's just kind of like holding on. You see your nephew follow in closely behind her. What would you like to do? As you are still restrained by the strings, and you still have Hunter's Mark up.
I have a question.
Yep.
As I'm running into the greenhouse, I would have liked to cast or use my Hat of Disguise once more to turn into a second Vicarus.
Ooh, yes.
Ooh.
Oh, yes. So yeah, not your nephew indeed, although you might be able to like tell him by the way he's like walking. You might recognize the Vicarus herself kind of walk in, and then a second Vicarus looking equally bedrazzled and shook, kind of like step into the room, eyes locking yours, a familiar gaze. What would you like to do? And roll, sheet music, please roll initiative to join this combat.
Yes.
For restrained, I'm not familiar with it. Out of character, do I roll at the beginning or the end, or how does that work?
Yeah, it will be at the beginning of your turn to try. Well, you can use an action to break it, is actually how that works. You can attempt to break it with an action, or you can attempt to an attack with disadvantage.
Yeah, your speed is 0. Attack rolls against you have advantage. Your attack rolls have disadvantage, and you have disadvantage on dex saves. Is what the restrained condition does.
Okay, cool. So what Jessica's gonna do, not considering herself in that situation, because the main objective is to support Jara, is cast, because I can cast while restrained, correct?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she's gonna cast Rope Trick. And what that does is makes a perpendicular to the floor rope. And shout out to both Jericas of run up the rope and pull it up.
Incredible.
And that's the end
How
of
about
those
that?
second level spell slots.
I got a 7 for initiative.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and then my badger goes after me, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So the badger can stay at the bottom of the tree and kind of keep that person pinned up there. If I'm right?
Oh yeah. Well, she's not in the tree anymore. She's like down on the ground. She tried to hide from you again, but it failed. 'Cause
Oh,
you
okay.
got-
So
didn't
the
work.
badger could attack them, right?
Go ahead.
Awesome. I don't have any of the stats for a badger because I'm smart like that.
It uses the stats from the spell.
Oh, thanks. I'll just go
Yep.
into the spell.
Oh, it has pack tactics.
Melee weapon attack, your spell attack modifier to hit. Each one. I don't understand what I'm doing. I apologize.
Spell attack will be your proficiency bonus and wisdom modifier for a ranger.
Okay. I'll roll a d20 and add proficiency bonus. I rolled a 5 plus a 3 plus
Your wisdom.
the 3 is the wisdom.
Oh, okay. So 8, and then our proficiency bonus at level 5 is
Dex.
3 as well. So should be 11.
3. Okay, cool. 11. Thank you. Brenda, I love
11,
playing with you.
11 to hit.
Got
Yes.
you.
It does
the
not hit.
badger. No, the badger goes to attack, and she just grabs it and kind of like throws it away, like grabs it by the muzzle and just kind of like tosses it off. And with her other hand extended, if that's everything Jessica is doing,
Yep, that's everything that she's able to do.
she'll retract her strings that are on you and extend them towards. Let's just see. I guess she doesn't know, so I'll roll a d100. 40 or 14. So she'll actually extend them towards sheet music. So that'll be an attack.
Not the
Really good.
Vicarus.
24 to hit.
How much?
24.
Yeah, that hits.
Make a Constitution saving throw for me, please. And you will take.
Ooh, 17.
17 is successful. You are not fully restrained, although the strings are still on you. You're still able to move, but you do take 14 points of magical slashing damage. And she will turn and throw another dagger at you, Jessica, with her second attack.
Okay.
For a 12 to hit.
I think
Does not hit.
Jessica's still restrained.
Oh,
So
that
it would
is
have
true.
advantage.
No, because she retracted the strings
Oh,
and put
gotcha.
them
Yeah,
Yep.
on.
All right.
I think good looking out. That's a miss. So that dagger flips by you again, and again you catch the whiff of that flower and that poison. With that, we are on to. What the heck? Well. I don't know what I wrote there. Oh, Vicarus. She'll kind of like look up, hearing your call to the rope. She'll run over towards the rope and attempt to climb it. You get the impression immediately that the cousin of the Empress of this region has never climbed a rope before in her life. And unfortunately, she gets with a -2 to strength, a 1. And she like gets up and she like gets like 2 or 3 handfuls up, but as soon as like she gets about halfway and like the rope just sways ever so slightly, she just like slowly starts to like slide down the rope a little bit and kind of like plops on the ground at the bottom, and she like looks up at you and she's just like, I'm dreadfully sorry. And she like looks at her hands, which are now chafed from the rope burn. And with that, sheet music.
Very, very nice. How far away is Auntie Jessica from this tree that all of this nonsense is coming out of?
You see that she's about 30 feet away, like 30 feet between that, and you're about 15 feet, like being in the middle of Jessica and the assassin.
Got it. How is because she fell into the greenhouse before, correct?
Yeah, she fell in. You would get the impression that you guys did a bit of damage to her. She probably has not had a chance to recover it. It's only been like a hot minute.
Great. How does the greenhouse above this tree look?
Well, there is one broken pane, and then the rest of them are intact. And it's about 20 feet above you, in
Very
like
good.
kind of like a domed surface.
I'm going to run. Well, I guess I'll just stand where I am, and I'm going to point my cane up towards that tree, and I'm just going to shout enough and cast Shatter.
Oh,
On the glass. Just to like, do you want to get it close enough to her to like hit
Yeah.
her and the glass? I love
Yeah.
that so much. Okay, that's a dex saving, or is it con?
Shatter's con, I believe.
Con save, yes.
Not great. 14.
I had a 15 to save.
Oh, beats it. So roll that shatter damage, and then I mean it's glass. It's exploding and dropping in on her. So I'm gonna say she's going to use another dex save, an attempt to get out of the way. How much damage did you roll?
I did 18 force with the Shatter.
18. I'm gonna use
I think
that.
Shatter's thunder.
Thunder?
Yeah,
Force.
thunder damage.
It is thunder, my bad.
I'll use the 18 as what she's got to beat to beat that. So that's a 16 total. So she fails that as well. I'll say roll 68.
Oh God. Brutal.
As the glass erupts and like almost the entire half of this greenhouse just explodes outward. You see the trees and the branches just get knocked back from the force of this spell. As the glass shatters outwards, you just see a slow as it starts to rain shattered glass.
19 more.
19 more damage. And as you see her attempt to evade, she dodges one pane, another pane. She pulls the strings that are attached to you, and as they like pull tight, several pieces of glass just sever these strings. And as she like falls onto her back, you just see a massive glass pane just and just like stick in the ground, and then like slowly start to crack up, and the cracks themselves in the glass just become like saturated with a red inky blood as she lies dead underneath this amazing use of shatter in a greenhouse that I did not think about for some reason. It's so awesome. The assassin lay dead in the greenhouse, the strings falling away from you. The Vicarus just holding onto the rope. You see her attempt to scale the rope again as we come back into the ballroom. Nim, Cassis, what would you like to do as the two of these, as that like loud snap fills that room? You see some of the patrons starting to like stir awake. You see the like two servants like, what do we do? Like, oh, we just gotta get the fuck out of here, man. And like kind of like look to leave. What would you like to do? Let's say Cassius, you go first because you're in striking position.
Well, if they're trying to leave, I must do my duty. I'll handle one. I mean, I hope I'll handle one.
Okay, go ahead. What do you mean by handle?
I am going to, with my psychic knife, just try to like carve through their ankle and immobilize them permanently, like severing the soul from the bottom of their feet. Ha, severing their soul from their soul.
Yeah.
Hey,
Go ahead.
yo.
Absolutely, yes. That is a 21 to hit.
Yeah, definitely does.
And I'll use another psychic point. 13. 22 points of psychic damage.
Oof.
Yeah, I mean, do you want him dead or
No, just
Just not
immobilized now for permanently like done in ankle. He's not running away anytime soon.
Yeah, and that's like as he like takes his first step and like goes to lift his foot, your like blade is like underneath the foot, and you just like flick it, and you just see the like heel of his like the sole of his shoe just kind of like fall and like hit one of the nobles in the head that's like sleeping, and he's kind of like, oh, what the, oh, as you just see this guy, Nim, he just like turns towards you, and he just like, he's like hopping on one foot as you just see like the blood trickling down, and he just kind of like, and like full on timbers flat down on his face, unconscious and immobile.
Can I try to tackle the other one using my movement and my cunning action?
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a trip.
Great.
And he'll make a dex save to not fall victim. Okay, sure. Or not. 13.
I'm also not. No.
Oh, 13. He beats you with 13?
No, I rolled a natural 1.
Oh, damn. As you go to like trip him, you catch your foot on a stray heel of a shoe, and it just kind of like wedges yours, and he's and manages to kind of like scramble up and onto the like staging before the entrance. Nim, would you like to do anything as you see Cassius remove one of these assailants' foots?
Yeah. I really quickly, as an action, I would like to, I'm guessing the guy's attention is not on me.
Yeah, as far as you're concerned, you're like not, you're like off to the side. You're not even an
Okay.
obstacle. His eyes are just like dialed into the curtain entrance.
As an action, I would like to change my appearance to be to look like Philly. And I would like to then with my bonus action yell, what are you doing? I need, I need help in here, and like point him toward the room.
As he like kind of like glances over, double take to like see it. Like, I'm pretty sure that Felly didn't come out of that room, but Felly's standing there right now, and he kind of like looks and just like, sorry sir, my shift's over. As he starts making his way towards the the new mole. I mean the
Oh my God.
mole on the head. I mean the curtain. At the entrance, and at the start of the next turn, he'll attempt an escape, and with that, inside.
I think I'm also in the
you're-
ballroom, aren't I?
Yeah, you are upstairs, and with that, we go upstairs to all the bards as they like see this chaos unfolding, and they stop their music. Two of them turn towards you. The singer that stood in the front now, right directly in front of you, will grab the the sheet music lectern in front of them and swing it towards you with an impromptu weapon for a natural one, as they like grab the top with
I'll
the sheet
take it.
music to like swing the heavy bass at you. The top just like comes off, and they just swing the top of it, and just kind of like, and you just see the like base of it like fall over, and they just kind of like drop it and turn, and we'll
Performance
see
issues.
you. And will just kind of look wide-eyed towards you, say, "How went the winding way?" The two bards will then, one will attempt charm person on you.
Okay,
so
so
like
that's
a
a
wisdom
wisdom
saving
saving
throw.
throw.
Oh no.
Do I have advantage versus charm? Does charm person give advantage if you're already in combat?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That will be, I have a +6 to wisdom saving throws. That will be a 15.
That is enough.
Oof. Thank God.
And with that, that one is done. Oh, wait, actually, it's way lower than 15. I misread that. Only a 12. The other one will look to the other bars and be like, "Only one way we're getting out of here alive, gents!" And we'll cast Thunder Wave on the chandeliers hanging above the crowd.
Thunderwave, I believe, has to be centered on you.
Yeah, well, he's gonna reach out and cause the explosion
Gotcha.
to hit the two chandeliers that hang over the dance floor. As this museum kind of extends a little bit out from the outer
Gotcha.
side of the room, the chandeliers will fly back. You see their moorings crack and break as they look like they're going to fall next turn. You see the one that cast on you run into one of the dressing rooms, and another one flee into the other dressing room. The singer will stand in front of you. It looks like there's three more bards on either side of the museum. If you're kind of standing there,
Are they all looking to fight, or is it just a couple of them that had infiltrated?
You get the impression that they are all in on it.
Okay, all right.
Whether or not they are ready to fight emboldened heroes is another thing. They certainly don't want to be caught.
Yes.
They will defend their lives.
Okay.
And with that, we'll go to you, Mather.
Well, the flock is still waking everyone up, and I assume that once someone's up, they'll tell the sprites will tell them hey, wake everyone up and get out of here.
Yeah.
So 3 people get up on the first turn, then 6, and so on.
Yeah,
and so
and
forth.
It'll just kind of expand outwards as you look down over into the ballroom. You see that about 8 of the 30 people down there that were asleep are no longer asleep.
Okay.
As the chandeliers kind of shake and hang in the balance.
Now, I assume that a sprite with a strength score of 3 can't hold up these chandeliers.
They could definitely give it a try.
I think it's more worth it for them
that worked.
I think it's more worth it for them to wake everyone up. So in that case, so there's one guy right in front of me and then a bunch behind him.
Yeah, so there's one here and then about 20 feet to either side, as if it were an open museum. There's 3 people on one side and 3 people on the other. The 2 that attacked you have already fled into the dressing room, and then the singer that attempted an attack is right in front of you.
Okay, so I'm going to maneuver myself so that the singer and a group of 3 are right behind, in a line. And then I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers on the singer, and if he fails his save, he has to flee at top speed away from me into his friends and just bowl right into them.
Oh, I love that. Okay, what's that?
That will be a Wisdom saving throw.
So 8 total.
Oh, that's not going to do it.
That's going away.
He takes 21 psychic damage and must use his reaction to flee as fast as he can away from me.
Well, they're going to use their reaction to fall dead.
Oh, all right. Well, I was hoping that wouldn't happen, but that's okay. And I don't know if I can do
at least.
Yeah. And so that'll be my action. My bonus action is to grieve for Spritz. No, I'm kidding. No.
That's a free action.
Spritz. Yeah, that's a free action. You're goddamn right. Actually, you know what? Does the sending stone go to everyone else?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll pull out my sending stone, and if you'll let me as a bonus action, I'll say the bards are fleeing. All of them are in on it.
Okay.
And then I will turn around and go right back out the door and start going down the stairs so that they don't have line of sight on me, because I don't want to take 6 attacks from 6 bards.
Yep, perfect.
I'll reply to that psychic message with, they were already dead. That music was terrible.
Very good.
You all hear it. All right. With that, we're entering a new stage of combat. So I'll just have everybody re-roll initiative as we resort through many bad guys in shifting planes of chaos.
I love
That
having
includes me, right?
initiative.
25 to 20.
Me, 22.
Question: does that include me or no?
Yeah, everybody's in on it now. As the secret door remains open,
23.
the greenhouse can jump in. 23. Just 22 for chaos. 20 to 15.
I have 17.
Uh, 15 to 10. Oh, damn. 10 to 0.
I got a 5.
A fat 9.
Charisma casters bringing up the rear.
Yeah, they are.
I did my thing for this one shot.
Yeah, shatter. I came here to cast shatter and chew bubblegum.
Right.
I'm all out of shatter.
Yeah.
All right, Lady Jessica, you are free and able to assist. The Vicarus, you see her feet kind of like climb in and like poke her head out of the rope trick.
Okay. I'm
She's
gonna tell her
moving
to pull up the rope.
Okay.
Perfect. And then that can just stay for an hour. Where do I see for bad guys and stuff around us?
As you rush over to the entrance, you see one assailant fleeing towards the door. You see that Nordic dude, Felly, in the corner. That guy that was acting real sus. You
With
see
a mole on his head.
Yanni
on his
frozen. You see a singer fall dead as Maitre D flees the room, and above you, about 20 feet above you, you see 6 bards, 3 on either side, kind of like looking panicked and scanning the room.
Okay. I'm gonna go to shoot. Am I close enough to try to shoot the assailant that's fleeing?
Yeah, as long as you got something that, yeah, I mean, yeah, you can definitely, you're a ranger. What are we saying?
Heavy crossbow has like 100 feet for regular range. Like, it's absurd.
I have 400 feet for the bad time.
Oh yeah, you have sharpshooter. You have 400
yes.
feet.
I'm now actually offended that you asked me if they are in range.
I'm not smart. This is my first time playing a ranger ever in my life.
Yeah,
that's like when the DM rolls a 30 and is like, "Oh, I got a 30. Does that hit?"
24 to hit.
Yes.
Okay. And that's a 6.
6 damage.
You can use your bonus action to move your hunter's mark off of her because she's dead now if you want.
I'm gonna wait to see how this goes.
Yeah, 6
Right
damage. Takes that hit and stumbles ever so slightly.
Okay.
Looks like we got some life in him.
Then I am gonna move my hunter's mark and I'm gonna shoot again.
Okay.
17 to hit.
Does hit.
That's 13 for damage, and then hunter's mark
Nice.
is another 4.
Yeah, and as you like catch him again, you just see this assailant just kind of like hit the side of the door frame where the curtains are and like push himself off like on the brink of death, kind of like one hand reaching back to where your bolts had landed, just kind of out of his reach to pull free. It looks like he's going to try and struggle his way out of here. Anything
Okay.
else?
So he looks really bad, and he's trying to get away. I'm gonna just hit him again. Why not?
Go ahead.
That's a natural 20 for 29.
Oh, right, it's a new
Yeah, he does
initiative.
not
Get
he can't
Gloomstalker.
live through that.
Yeah.
So, is this a killing blow?
Yeah, because with crit and the way you do crit is going to be.
Well, you can. I'll definitely
Yeah.
say if you want, you could like pin him to the ground or like do enough damage to make him unconscious. I wouldn't force you to kill somebody if you don't want to.
Unconscious, and she just shoots it, and she's completely calm, and she's looking around at the situation, looking to see what's next and where she wants to move, as if it does not bother her that this has happened and it's just a part of life.
Amazing.
That was
Yeah,
about
as you,
to
like,
be a 2d10 plus 2d8 plus 2d6.
Yeah.
Oh,
infinite
gross.
amount of.
You can do the math for me later.
As you like
will.
shoot that, you shoot the arrow. It like knocks off the rod where the curtain is, and just like sticks in there. And as it like tries to open the curtain, it like pulls off its rungs, and you just see it like wrap around this guy as he's just like, oh, the bar coming and like bonking him on the head as he goes unconscious. And the arrow that you shot into the curtain just and sticks into the ground, like completely pinning him into like a curtain wrap.
Curtain
And you
cocoon.
just see like the legs kind of kicking and then just like slowly not kicking anymore. Unconscious and completely restrained. Hell of a shot. Anything else?
She's
you'd
gonna
like?
move her 40 feet. She's gonna move to where he was trying to leave from, or wherever the people around her would be trying to leave towards if they were trying to get away.
Yeah, sure. As you push through the crowd, you're able to kind of like just use a little bit of movement to help some people, some of the fallen nobles, stand up, and you're like ushering everybody towards the door as you like take a defensive position there in front of the curtain.
Thank you. That's it.
Beautiful. Cassis, sorry.
Using this lovely column again, playing that little game of peekaboo, gonna cunning action hide for a 22.
Mm-hmm.
That's been a great number for me today.
Yeah, I was gonna say your invitation has a 22 on it.
Amazing. I'll just Daniel Sedin this up, and I'm gonna take a psychic blade and throw it at the nearest bard. I'm just gonna take one of these out.
Sure, go ahead.
Not a crit, but a lot. 26 to hit.
Definitely hits.
They just watched their friends.
Power this one up as well. Psychic blades. 16 plus 5 and 4 is 25.
16
25
and 9,
points
yep.
of psychic damage.
Is this a killing blow?
You tell me. I'm severing their soul from their body. Is
Yeah,
the
I'd
body
say
still alive, and is it just in a vegetative state? I'm okay with this.
yeah, and as the like as he like stands up, just kind of like, I think it's best if we depart, and like slumps back onto the piano and just like the body, but like you see the soul knife like wedged in the wall behind it as like the soul just kind of like droops and fades away into like an ethereal mist.
And as I look at the remaining one bard,
There's two on that
there's
side.
two left.
Yeah, two that you
I'm
can
gonna look at them and go, "Ship's going down. Keep playing." And if that's an intimidation, it's a
yeah, roll that.
It's
Please
a-
do.
flat 20.
Flat 20, yeah, intimidated.
Dirty 20.
Amazing. With that, in front of the door, you see Felly kind of standing there. But Felly, you hear a few loud thudding footsteps in the room behind you as the door comes exploding off of its moors. A heavily charred Nordic man, like everything burned away, only a small, polite little flap hanging in his front remains from the explosion, comes bursting out of the room, just in a full tilt rage, charred skin, his hair like mostly burnt off, and he just Prince Halt! And like looks and sees himself staring back at himself. Would you like to say or do anything? As you go next. He used his charge attack to smash the door, so.
Like shit. And then I would like to cast firebolts at him.
Sure, yeah.
More
He's
fire.
still looking like him.
The
I don't have that
Spider-Man?
magic.
Yes.
The
This is
Spider-Man
bullshit.
the Spider-Man pointing at each other meme.
Yeah.
And then one of the fingers shoots fire.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, 10.
It just hits him in the chest, and it's just like you hit a part that's like already burning, and it just like screams out in
If
rage.
only there was a sprite to give you the help action.
Yeah, I mean, one could.
Oh no.
That's
Anything
so-
else you'd like to do, Nim?
I don't know what I have for. Do I have any bonus actions?
Yeah, wizard life.
I'm gonna try and shove him like into something. Anything around him?
Yeah, go get. Oh, is this using your telekinesis
Yep.
still?
Yep.
Amazing. So this is a dex save.
Just try and ring his bell a little bit.
Oh, another. That's like a 7.
Okay,
Dice
he
and
needed to make a
everything.
16.
Yeah, and you can just like toss him back into the room if you want. Still
Yeah, sure.
kind of
Anything to
smoldering
kind
room.
of addle his brain a little bit. Just
Yeah, it just hits you in the chest and he just
jingle.
points at you like, you're next, little one. I don't know who as you like throw him into the charred room, the real smoking lounge now.
And because I have the voice of Philly, I say like, "Who are you calling little one?"
Yeah, amazing. That's their turn. Sheet music.
Runs in here. She's almost dead. Then she just runs off. And I will run into the ballroom, back there, witness the Spider-Man memeing. Not really know what to do with that. However, I do have... Before I ran in here, did I catch sight of anyone? Do I know where anybody is?
Yeah, well, you can see Cassis attacking the bards on the Mazian above you. You see 2 remaining on one side, 3 on the other. You see Jessica has cleared the dance floor. You see dozens of people waking. You see little sprites in tailcoats slapping nobles awake. You saw 2 fellies, now just 1. That's pretty much the lay of the land. You see 2 chandeliers overhead, like looking like they're ready to drop on some of the patrons here in the dance floor, which will happen in the next 2 turns.
Unless.
Stop that. Ton of range spells. I really have nothing here, so I will run using my feline agility, and I guess I'll just try to book my kitty behind towards the foyer door.
All right, yeah, and as you like land on the opposite end, you can actually use some of your ability now that there's like more people standing and rising. It's not difficult terrain anymore. You're actually able to like grab two of the guests and kind of like pull them with you like out of the drop zone. Maitre D.
Okay, do I get the feeling that all of because we're on like a mountaintop castle, is there really only one way out?
Yeah, you get the idea that, well, like as you're standing up here or like near the stairs that lead down into the foyer, the dressing rooms are on either side of you. So you would have full view. If they are going to attempt to flee, either they're going to jump out the window into the busted ass greenhouse, or they're going to attempt to run out the front door.
Okay. I'm going to run to the front door, and I want to use the key ring not to open it, but to lock it.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, I love that so much.
Everyone in
roll
here.
a D100, please.
Yep. And you said, what do I have to get above?
88. If you got anything to modify that, that'd be fun too.
How many uses per day do I have, sorry?
2.
2. Okay, so I rolled a 51 on this one, so I don't get it this turn.
Okay.
Does that take my action?
No, I'll say that's a bonus action.
Bonus action? Okay. All right, I'm going to hold the line at the front door, I guess. Can I see into the ballroom at all?
Yeah, because the curtains have been ripped down. You see Jessica and sheet music standing there. You see like a group of patrons collecting. They all have eyes to the front door as well, in an attempt to flee.
Okay, I'm going to shout out to them. I'm like, everyone go to the washrooms now. And like get them out and directing them either way into the bathrooms.
Which are in the hallways through the
hallway
foyer.
right here. Yeah. To get them out from under the chandeliers.
Sure.
And then I assume that doesn't take my action. I can just speak while I do that.
Yep.
Okay.
And
can I see the big barbarian guy across the room?
No, because he got flung back into the smoking lounge.
Okay.
You can see me though. I'm a big
you can
barbarian
see Felly, but he's probably a little crispier than his current visage.
Yeah. And I can't see any of the bards.
No, they're upstairs, so you're kind of on the main level. They'd be up in the mezzanine, out of range.
Okay, then I'm going to hold an action to Eldritch Blast any enemies that come towards the exit.
Perfect. And with that, the two chandeliers, their moorings give way and drop down into the crowd. That will hit. Caught it. Ooh, not great. That hits 9 of the patrons as they get squished underneath these falling chandeliers. They like shatter on the ground, exploding outwards. People getting like pushed backwards and kind of like out of the way. People like kind of screaming in this like chaotic moment. Those 2 bards will look down, seeing Cassius and Jessica, and they one will cast Shatter on Jessica, and sheet music will also be in range, although they can't necessarily see you. So that'll be a Constitution saving throw, please.
But I'm just a little old lady.
Sure.
A little old lady who just murdered someone with a crossbow.
With a 13.
13 is enough.
Go, Jessica.
No frail old bones there.
6 damage total. Sheet music, what did you get? Oh, you might be muted.
I got a 5.
A 5. You'll take 13 thunder damage as you get shattered right back. The two bards that initially attacked you, Maitre D, will come running out of the dressing rooms to the top of the steps. You can take your shots if you'd like.
Okay.
At one or
firing
both of them?
Well, we'll see if I can down one. Ooh, that one's going to be a 28 to hit,
Yo.
and that will be a 24.
24. One of them catches it right in the face and comes tumbling down the stairs, completely unconscious.
Okay, so that's 12 force damage total. Can I drop both of them? It was a 2 and a 10.
2 and a 10. 12 won't drop the other one.
Okay, all right. So I managed to drop one of them then.
Yeah, takes it in the face, and the other one comes in, gets hit, and kind of like falls back against the wall and looks up at you, and it seems to be like scanning. He's gonna turn and run up the steps towards the quarters on the 3rd floor.
I like to imagine I was just waiting there with my like cane in my hand, just kind of batting it into my hand, and then as soon as they round the corner,
yeah. Evening,
Mhm.
as encore. As they take those in the face, 2 other bards will look down, seeing Cassis. They will cast sleep on you, or attempt to.
Oh. I'm just gonna stare at them. Does nothing.
Oh man, that was a really good roll too. 10, 15, 21, 28. As he like reaches out and like you hear him like string that chord so familiar, and it just like does not take purchase.
I have a really important question.
Mm-hmm.
Did the Sprite Squad get caught in the chandeliers?
No, I would say that they like as it dropped, they were able to, unless you wanted one of them to try and stop it.
As I like take down my hood and reveal my ears.
And he just that one will run into the dressing room, and then another one will just turn invisible.
Yeah, no, I don't think the sprites are going to sacrifice themselves. I think they're just going to keep trying to wake people up, and then once they're done, they'll start doing untrained medicine checks to try to stabilize as many people as possible.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, when we come back to your turn, you can roll me 3 medical checks to save potentially 3 lives. And we're back to the top of the order. Jessica, currently you don't... from your point of view, you could almost certainly see into the smoking room where Crispo Enormous is trying to pick himself back up.
Mm-hmm.
But all the bards are out of your range of sight at your current position.
Okay.
And there are dozens of fleeing and confused partygoers.
Let me just check one thing.
Cassis, you're on deck.
Okay, would I be able to kind of like read and you're like using tracking skills to try to find the bards?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Give me like a survival check to like kind of vibe on where they went.
Question, are any of them elves or humans?
I don't know what an elder human is.
Oh, an elf or a human, sorry.
I think an elder human. I was just like, well, I mean, one of them is old, but he got his soul pinned. The singer was, but is no longer conscious. So
okay.
These are just a mixture of halfling and human type.
Okay, so they're not elves or humans. Okay, because that affects. I would get advantage on them. So.
Yeah, one of them is a human.
Okay, so I can get advantage. Yeah.
We'll say the one that attempted sleep on the elf. Just didn't know
that is a 22 with advantage.
Yeah, and you see that like they took a step and like went through the dressing room door, so they'll be coming down the stairs on the like east side of the building.
Okay, I'm gonna move to try to cut them off.
Sure, yeah, you like run out into the foyer, and you have a clear line of sight on the east dressing room door now open. And as you like step out at that moment, you just see that like human bard's head like kind of poke in and like duck back into the door, you know that it looks like they may attempt an escape.
Okay, but
And
they'd
as
have
you
to
get
come
out
down
into-
through me or backtrack the way they
or
want.
or go
Okay.
some other route. You just see as you get out to the foyer, you just see one of the bards like bodies like finish rolling down the stairs, smoldering from Maitre D's Eldritch Blast. Would you like to use an action? You can hold an action to open fire or cast a spell.
Yeah, if I can hold my action to fire, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Sure. You are drawn up on that door. Cassis.
I've been waiting for this. I'm going to hold onto my forearm as I activate my mark of detection and cast See Invisibility.
Ooh.
Scanning the room for that invisible dude. I'm going to bonus action, take my psychic blade, and throw it at him.
Amazing. Give me a
Incredible.
perception check with advantage, as he is attempting to hide, despite even being invisible.
Maybe 21.
Okay, maybe.
Like that's
Yeah,
not 22.
absolutely.
That's close.
You see him he turns invisible, and as you like cast that, he's just kind of like hey, takes like a few steps, and then like turns and like he looks like he's gonna hide inside a cello case, and kind of like hops inside of it, and just kind of like is waiting for nobody to see and close the case on himself. As he's invisible, but he's kind of like, and he like looks down, and you're just like staring right back at him. Go ahead, roll.
Critical hit.
Oh no!
So I will burn
Table
another
flip.
psychic point.
Yeah, as he's like looking at you,
Brutal.
you just see like his eyes like focusing, and they like just go cross-eyed as he like catches the glint of the blade as it like. If he can do more than 21, he doesn't have much
the
else
base
to
of the crit is 32.
So yeah,
Oh,
he just
no.
kind of like, huh.
And I pull his soul towards where my blade was as I like absorb it into myself.
Oh wow, yeah. And as you do, it just kind of like as the case just kind of like shutters, and then like the door just closes on the case as he's like slowly losing invisibility on himself. You see that like soul kind of like come back and just kind of like and like get pulled into your.
Mater D can't see it, but can I telepathically say to the my rogue friend here, that's what I call case closed?
Easy disposal.
Definitely. Well, I'd say it's your sprites that shout it. Like,
Oh, yeah, the sprites shout,
closed!
Case closed!
And the instrument case falls over. Anything else?
That's a lot. So no, I'm gonna just back up against a wall and wait for the next move.
Felly comes running out of that room again, eyes just fixed on you, Nim, in his own visage. And he just, no matter how beautiful you are a dangerous man! Take this, Senator! And he's going to attempt a charge attack with his greatsword.
Okay. I'm gonna, as a reaction, I'm gonna put up my shield.
24.
No.
To hit.
Okay. No.
19 damage.
I'm down.
Okay, I was gonna also say make a strength check, or be pushed 15 feet, as it like it just smashes you, like hits your shield, but it just like shield is not enough, and the blade just kind of like glances into Nim. You see the visage of Felly and the senator just kind of drop. Do you revert to your original form when you're unconscious?
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know that people know what her original form is, but I think she's kind of like a pasty white, kind of grayish, like humanoid that's on the smaller side.
And as that visage falls away, you just see Nim, the changeling, kind of collide with some of the patrons as they get like pushed back. You're caught in the arms of none other than Prince Holt, who kind of now stands there holding your unconscious body. The way I play it is when you are in a death state, you have the same effects as the spell of slow. So you can still take one action, one bonus action, or you can move, but you must remain prone. So you're not totally out of the fight yet. You're kind of hanging on in like a death throes in this death state. So when it comes to your turn, you'll make your death saving throw as normal, and then you'll be able to take an action, bonus action, or half your movement as prone on your turn. And with that, Felly just kind of like turns and looks. He'll see. Who's he looking for? He's looking for the other royal in the room, Cassis. He'll come at you. Or who claimed to be? Was that you, Link? That claimed to be.
Well, I'm still the Vicarus.
Oh yes, you sure are. And looks at the vicar. Well, actually, let me roll for that because you are still the Vicarus. That's very.
Don't look great right now, but I am still the Vicarus.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll say he's just emboldened seeing all this chaos unfold. His plan was to kill Holt and hope that somebody else killed the Vicarus to assure his ascension. But that is out the window. He's going right for the Vicarus. He'll swing his greatsword towards you with a natural 19 for 27. And he'll pour that in. 11 magical slashing damage.
This is Philly doing this?
Felly, yeah.
But he just attacked me. He gets 2?
Yeah. He's a fighter,
Oh.
so he
Okay.
well, he's got
I
barbarian.
thought he was a
Sorry.
barbarian, so.
Yeah, he is a barbarian, but he's high enough level to.
I think the
rotate.
intel we got from before was not like spot on. We just believed fighter too hard.
Yeah, that's fine. I am down. And my disguise of the Vicarus goes away.
And he'll pull his sword out as you like fall down, turning back into your tabaxi form. He'll just like look out at the crowd and as he calls out, hanging on to life. We're on to Nim. So make your death saving throw.
Okay, sure. Gotta figure out how to do that.
It's up at the top. He should be.
Yeah. It's my character sheet went away. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Man.
Technical issues.
Okay.
Please stand by.
I do not see the. I mean, it's my.
Oh,
Maybe
death
I
saving throws is just a d20.
Okay, that's
straight
easy.
up D20.
Yeah, straight up D20 with your.
Okay, 12. So I pass.
You pass. So that's one success. Any action or bonus action you'd like to take? So like just for reference, like the spell slow, like if you're casting a spell on your turn, it'll take 2 turns for the spell to land.
Yeah. I'm going.
I mean, you could always try and medicine check yourself.
I could try and medicine check
Could
myself.
staunch the bleeding.
Yeah.
Yeah, which would prevent you, which would stabilize you, but not return you to consciousness.
Okay.
You'd be stabilized out of the death state, so you don't have to make those saves anymore. But you
Do you
don't
want me to roll a
come back.
medicine check?
If you'd like to do that, yeah.
I
And
can.
sheet music, you are also in your death state. Can you roll a death saving throw for us, please?
I got a 14 on medicine.
14. You are really, really hurt and you are bleeding. Not quite enough to like get out of this, but with another successful medical check on your next turn, Anything above a 12 will fix your problem of dying. Sheet music.
I got a 4.
Oh no.
So that's a failed death saving throw. Mark that down. And if you have an action or a bonus action or would like to crawl on your turn, you may do so.
How far away from Nim am I?
You're about 20 feet. You guys are kind of a little bit pushed opposites of each other, close to the dance floor, but not quite on it.
I will crawl as far as I can towards Nim, but I don't think I can get.
You can
all
get
the way-
about 15 feet, I think. Or what's your?
No,
You
I
can
only
heal
30 feet.
yourself?
You're a Tabaxi.
already-
no, just
I used
15
my
feet.
Yeah. And I already used my feline agility. Fortunate. Yeah, I'll just run over there and I will toss a bardic inspiration onto Nim. Hopefully that helps with your medicine.
Okay.
You can do it. uh,
I look at you and I say, don't lose yourself just yet. Yes.
And with that, Maitre D.
Yes. I'm going to, same thing as last time, hold action to Eldritch Blast anyone that's coming in, and I'm going to try and use that key ring again.
Go ahead. One more roll.
No fucking way. 97.
Whoa!
Well, that's the same number I got on the chandeliers. That's so fucking funny. Awesome. As
Hell
you
yeah.
stick that in, you just feel all the tumblers fall into place, and you turn it and lock it, and then you're able to like turn it again and like pull the key out, and you get the idea that you've cast arcane lock on this door.
Fuck yes.
So nobody will be able to get out, even if they do have the key.
All right.
That
The
was your
sending
bonus
stones
action.
can only be used once every 5 minutes,
5
right?
minutes, correct? Yeah.
Okay. Is Jessica within 30 feet of me? I got the impression she was coming closer to me near the entrance.
Yes, she is. She's in the foyer at the base of the stairs, about 15 feet from you.
Okay, I look at her and I'm going to telepathically speak to her so that the enemy doesn't have any idea what's going on here, and just say, I used the key ring to lock the door. Let's keep everyone from getting away so that none of these bastards get away. And I'll ready my action to Eldritch Blast whoever's coming down the stairs.
Amazing. And with that, you see 2 bards on one side and 2 bards on the other come dashing out of the room. You have an arrow knocked and our Eldritch Blasts ready to fly. So go ahead and take your shots.
That's a 19 on one of them and a nat 1 on the other.
Yeah, it just hits the same person twice. So it gets knocked back into the second one. And on the opposite end, Jessica?
8 damage total.
8 damage. Injured, but not down. Sorry, what was that, Jessica? We missed that. Oh,
Here I am muted. 20 to hit.
Yeah. You shout at the top of the lungs and all the chaos. It's too loud. 20 definitely hits.
Okay. And that's 10 damage.
10 damage. Okay. Very injured.
And my sprites are going to do the medicine checks.
Oh, yes, please do.
As someone who's never had a double action, I've only played level 3. Do I, when I save an action, do I get my second action or no?
Not
attack?
usually, but in this, I would say let's do it. That's
Okay.
fine.
Thank you.
So that will be a 19, a 15, and a 7 on those medicine checks.
19 and the 15 are success, so you save 2 of the fallen 9.
Perfect.
Um,
I have my arcane focus up as I'm telepathically contacting them, and I'm just like looking up whatever the magical version of WebMD is, because I don't have proficiency in medicine, and neither do they.
That's okay. Humans are easy to fix. And you just see them like their like face spit just like in the wound and just stitches
Pull-
closed.
They pull out some like twine from their bags and then use their little long swords as sewing needles to
my
like sew
God.
to suture up the wounds.
Yeah. Jessica, second shot. Was that? That was
18 to hit,
18 hits. Do
and
some
then
damage.
13 damage.
That one goes down. Is this a death blow?
Unconscious.
Unconscious. Yeah, and as they like take that first hit and just kind of like, just keep running. You shoot like in between their feet, and it just catches them, and they just do full like face bail, like over the first set of stairs, like landing on like face down and like into the rail, completely ass over tea kettle. The other two bards just stop and put their hands up. They are
Good choice.
They are surrendering.
Perfect.
And with that, we're back at the top with Jess. From your point of view, it looks like everybody is surrendering, but you do hear a lot of dramatic chaos coming out of the ballroom itself. You hear a loud Scandinavian voice shouting for the Vicarus to show herself.
Okay. So what she would do in this situation is she's going to go into her skirts and get the manacles out that she has and leave them here with Mater D. And then she's going to not run because Jessica doesn't run. She just kind of speed
Power
walks.
in the mall, yeah.
She power walks with determination towards the sound of the chaos and goes, you will do fine with this. Make sure that they understand that we're not mad at them. We're just disappointed.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
And as you get to the door, you see Nim in their changeling form being held by bloodied Prince Holt. You see your nephew laying unconscious or semi-conscious on the ground, a blood dripping from this like black greatsword held by this very charred Felinoris. What would you like to do?
She would go towards her nephew, and do we have any of those? She would look for a healing potion on him. I know we took 3, and I don't remember who had the 3.
Yeah, I don't think you guys specified, so if you use them, use them.
I have one. Maitre D has one.
Mhm.
I don't know
I
where
thought
the other
Link-
one is.
Yeah, I thought that sheet music took the 3rd one because they baby. So
It was floating, but that's fine.
Give me an investigation check to find it on sheet music.
okay.
My many disguises, who knows where it is at this point.
Yeah,
That's a 9.
a 9.
Yeah.
You search around, but in the fantasy of seeing your nephew's chest like opened up by a massive wound, you just can't think quite straight. You cannot find it. What would you like to do?
Okay.
Cassis,
Because that means I just have a bonus action left, right?
If you hold an action for me, I can throw you mine on my turn.
If Tim's okay with that.
Yeah,
Because it's not a
totally.
full action that I would be holding, it's a bonus action. I don't know if you can hold
Yeah,
that.
totally. As you see them like patting down the body,
And you would know that I have a potion.
realize
so-
what's going on. You see Nim in their changeling. You see another changeling like sprawled out. You know, like shit is not going your team's way in there like you thought it was. Yeah, you can totally do that. So you just like reach your hand back and like look. You lock eyes through the doorway and just be like, "Give me the fucking potion." Or well,
Jessica would
I'm not-
never swear.
Yeah.
This is the early 1980s.
Don't suppose you have a spot of potion? Use your help. Cassis.
I'll shape change and put it in a teacup for you.
I'm gonna use my cunning action to double dash and get up these stairs to where all the action is happening. There is a gross-looking prince, a charred walking corpse, There's sheet music and Nim on the ground. I don't have a potion. I don't heal. But maybe we can do prevent defense with some offense. So I'll throw another psychic knife at. Is the prince I don't know about the prince. I know that Charred Boy though is not good, so I'm gonna go after him. I'm undecided about this prince dude though.
You knew that the assassin came here with him.
Has the barbarian been recklessly attacking?
No, not these two. The one
Okay.
was a charge, and the second was just a swipe on what he thought was a normal opponent.
Gotcha.
So that is a 24 to hit barbarian
Definitely hits.
Broski. I'm just gonna use a regular shot here. No extra, just psychic. And there's no allies around him, right?
No.
Oh,
None.
the least I can do. It is 5 points. It's still psychic damage.
Okay, well, that sticks.
Just like the smaller knife, like it looks like a corn holder. Used a lot of psychic energy today, guys. That's really
sticks
it.
in and see it like just raging as it just seems to he like grabs the one end and just like shoves it in and takes one more damage on it as he just like looks towards you, gripping his greatsword. Anything else?
Yoo-hoo. That's it.
He'll scan. I think he's going to attack Prince Holt, his original target, for a lot, 22. And
Holt is holding me though, right?
yeah,
Can I have a
and
reaction?
he's just gonna like cleave across Holt, and you just see him like, "I'm a prince," as he gets slashed
I can't-
across the chest, and the two of you just kind of like fall on the ground, kind of like your bodies kind of like woven together. He is currently in his death state.
I think you only
There's
get.
no way I can react with the shield.
Because you're slow.
No, I don't
with
think
the
so.
Are you out of the
Okay.
death state?
Don't get any reactions in the
I'm
death
still in death state.
Mm-hmm.
state. He'll take his second attack at you, Cassis. Natural 18 for a 25.
Yep.
Brutal.
Or 26. That will do 18 damage. Magical slashing damage as you feel it like kind of cleave across you, and he just, "Nobody leads until I say so. Where? Bring me the Vicarus." And that's it. Nim, death saving throw, please.
Okay. An 8. So that's a fail.
Two
But
fails.
two-
You have an
no,
action.
one fail
Oh,
for
one
me.
fail. Sorry, you passed last time.
Oh.
You have an action, bonus action, or a move.
I will make a medicine check on myself, but I get a bardic inspiration.
You sure do. And you only gotta beat a
And
12.
what die is your bardic inspiration?
Date.
I believe it's an 8 at this point.
Never mind. I got a nat 1.
Ooh.
No.
I'm in a little bit of
I
pain.
mean, wait, what's your wisdom bonus?
My wisdom bonus is a +5.
Oh, your medicine is +5?
No, my medicine is +2.
Oh. Yeah,
Okay.
no.
Yeah,
'Cause-
because in
Technically, nat ones aren't auto fails on skills, but
Correct.
even if you rolled an 8, it's still not enough.
Yeah, no, I got a 3, and then even with
Yeah.
an 8, it'd not be.
Yeah, that's
you're
only
just gonna be
11.
12.
And I got a 2 on the 8, so
Okay.
5.
Okay. Well, Another that fails, and on a failed medicine check, you do take a death saving throw.
Oh, okay. I'll do another one.
Well, on your turn. So
Okay.
you tick that
Yeah,
off.
you're just
now,
not
and-
stabilized, is all.
Yeah.
Look what I made her.
Sheet music. Hold on.
Yeah,
Death saving
hold on,
throw,
dude.
and then your action, bonus action, or move.
Ooh, okay, that is a 13.
That's a success.
Take that, and then seeing my lovely aunt come and start costing me. Oh, right. Oh, how could I forget? And I pull out the potion and I'll look at it. I'll look at Nim. I'm terribly sorry, and I'll take it myself.
Yeah, sure.
Put your own mask on first.
There you go.
Let's say with your held action, you can actually help him take that. So roll your healing with that health potion, and then you'll be out of death state and conscious with your action intact.
It's 2d4, correct? Plus 2?
2d4
yeah.
plus 2.
Ooh, that's a 10.
Nice.
Incredible.
Take that. Okay. 10. By that. Alright. So my action.
Yeah, you'll still have your action because she held her action to give you a potion, so it didn't matter where it came from.
Perfect. If that's the case, then I, feeling significantly better, I'm just going to gently touch Nim's forehead and cast Cure Wounds.
Yes.
Nice, and you're close enough. You just reach out. Go ahead. Roll that heal.
Is 6. Oh no, that's 8. Sorry, it's 8 for you. So healing
8
washes
healing
over you.
damage. Got it.
Beautiful music.
And as you come back to full consciousness, Nim, you lay in the arms of a semi-cleaved prince. You've been in weirder places, I guess. Feli still rages at the top of the dais. Materdy.
Okay. I would like to intimidate these bards into putting the manacles on themselves.
Sure, yeah, roll that.
I'm like, listen, fellas, just pack it in. It's all done, and I hand the manacles over. And that will be, I think I don't have, no proficiency in Intimidate. 18 on the die will make it a 23, though.
Yeah. They look at each other and just be like, okay. We were just doing it for the money, man. I'm sorry. I didn't realize people were gonna die. I thought
I don't want to hear your I don't want to hear your excuses. Sit down and wait. And then I'm going to stride into the ballroom now that I know that the door behind me is locked.
Mhm.
Would that count as my object interaction to hand them the manacles?
Yeah, sure. I'll say it's a freebie.
Okay. I get in there, and now I see that the two are conscious again, so I don't need to throw the potion. So I look around, and I see this giant guy who was causing problems earlier and technically got Spritz killed. And I'm like, oh, you're the motherfucker that got... Okay. Eldritch Blast.
I know you.
Ooh. That will be 19 and 11.
19 hits. Only has a little bit of health left.
7 force damage.
He's got 8.
Oh no!
He just drops to a knee and just kind of like pure unadulterated rage. He looks out, seeing the collapsed chandeliers in the room, and just rises how
Medicine
dare
check.
you? I am the Vicarus now. I hold that position.
That's on 3d20s, a 19 on the first medicine check, and then 2 nat 1s.
Oh well.
WebMD failed them. Oh no.
One more of the 7 is revived, and 2 of them die.
Ooh.
The second 2 pixies go. It's Lupus. It's got to be Lupus.
never
all right,
Lupus.
so there remains 1 healed, 2 dead. Boop, boop, boop. There's 4 that are down, still trapped. You just see Felly kind of like rise up and just be like, Jyn is dead. Holt is dead. I, by law of land, have title of Vicarus now. You must all bow to me. And you see some of the people like looking around, like some of the nobles looking at the like collapsed things. Some of them even like, I saw Vicarus die, kind of unaware that they didn't quite see the rest of it. Some of them are like flooding towards the door, and like in this like mad panic, Felly like looks for those that would challenge him. Would anybody like to do anything right now?
Yeah, I Eldritch Blast him.
Yeah, we're gonna end him.
Nim would love to send a firebolt at this asshole.
Sure, yeah. From your crouched position, he assumes you dead. Look, the senator was an imposter. These are all imposters here to kill. Me,
14,
the new
does
Vicarus.
14 hit?
14 does not. Hits and just... Come on, then!
That's a 28 and then a nat 20 on my next Eldritch Blast.
Does anybody else want to jump in on this as we dogpile this dude at the end with his 1 HP?
Yeah, I just want to like stab his foot to the ground to give a better opportunity, make him a bigger target.
Yeah, as he like pulls away, the Eldritch Blast starts striking into him.
For 19 force damage.
Right where he had shoved that dagger into himself like a
In the
total
throat.
badass, just comes blowing out the other side, your dagger skidding across the ground. Another one just right into the chin. And you just see this like fury in his eyes just like burning as it like kind of pops out of the top of his head, and he just kind of like as he like kind of like slumps backwards, falling, his back smacking the ground. Everybody just kind of like stopping in this moment of chaos. One of the smoking room on fire, chandeliers scattered, nobles trying to help their loved ones and friends up, and as they all like flood towards the door, the chaos of people like banging on the door, you see Willis, the head of security, kind of like rise back up and like look around, her eyes like meeting with all of yours, and just like frantically looking for the Vicarus. Lady Jyn, Lady Jyn, Lady Jyn, and she like starts casting mass heal word out to all the nobles and the people frantically searching. You just feel a hand on your shoulder, Maitre D. It's Nasav. She just like looks at all of you like, what the fuck did you do? And she like is assessing this chaos. She's like, I told you to wait for the inauguration speech. Oh my god.
I look at her and I'm just like, well, as far as I can tell, only 2 nobles are dead. The Vicarus is alive, and all of the assassins so far are dead.
Of course the Vicarus is alive, and she stomps her foot and pulls down her mask, revealing that Nasav herself was the Vicarus. And she's like, but where is my lookalike? And we cut to like this soul young woman just sitting in like a hole, holding a bunch of rope, looking down at this like chaotic mess inside of a greenhouse, as her illusion spell fades, and she's just like, hello. And with that, we'll come to an end. The Masquerade, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, players. It was a delight. This is my first time playing with a lot of you, and what an absolute pleasure. I would love to have you at my table anytime.
I had a blast. Literally, Eldritch.
Many Eldritches. Thank you so much for joining us here on Fablemancers. I know we ran a little long, so thanks for sticking it out. And stick around for the raid coming up. We are happy to play these games. We got lots of fun stuff coming up. We're playing pretty consistently for this spring and into the summer. You can check out our brand new Fallout game, a 3-part series starting next week. So stay tuned. The next one's always the best one. And if you're going to tell a tale, it's best told together. Thanks for joining us, and bless to all my players.
Thank you.
Do you want to quickly just go around and give everyone a little outro moment?
Yeah.
Let's start.
Anybody got it? And now we turn the table or you.
Let's start with, because you're in the top left, Link's Tome of Adventure.
Of course. Well, hello everybody. I'm Link. I'm a professional dungeon master, game master, whatever you want to call it. I run games 7 days a week, both online and in person, and I have a fantastic Discord community. And I'm opening some new games for the spring. We're doing lots of fun things. Got lots of exciting projects in the works. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Link's Tome EC. That's on Twitter. That's on Facebook. That's on Instagram. Or you can check out linkstomeofadventure.com.
Heck yeah. And Aaron.
Hi, I'm Aaron. I am the business director and a writer at Even Footing Games. We write a tabletop role-playing game called Babies and Broadswords. And
Incredible.
pretty soon other games as well. But we have a Discord and a website and all that stuff. So come check us out. We'd love to have you play some. And we also only play indie games on our Discord, so if you're interested in learning games that are not D&D, you can sign up for those as a member of our Discord.
As well as the fine art of moving moles.
That's a special skill that I have, so I don't know that
gotcha.
everybody has that, but maybe I'll teach a class or something.
There you go. That's right.
Amazing. Brendan.
Hello, everyone. My name's Brendan. I am a cast member over at Another World Tabletop. Sam will have that in the chat. We run Dungeons & Dragons. We have a pre-recorded Vampire the Masquerade mini-series that premieres this coming Monday. And we've also done all kinds of... we got a charity one-shot coming up next weekend as well. Doing Lasers and Feelings. Feel free to check that out. All that stuff's on our socials. And yeah, I had a blast, and this was a lot of fun, guys. Thanks for having me.
Pleasure.
Absolutely. And Miss Liz.
Hi, I'm Miss Liz. I'm a corporate stooge by day and emotional support extrovert by night. You can find me modding many places across the internet, most commonly at Link's Tome Adventure or Another World TTV. So if you go there, you'll definitely get to talk to me. And I'll be so golden retriever energy to talk to you.
Yes, 100%.
True.
Beautiful.
Amazing. That's all of us. I mean, I was Sam, but yeah, Tim already did all of our favorite.
Take a moment for yourself, Sam. Go on.
Yeah, I co-run Fablemancers with Tim. We tell stories together, and yeah, we will also be partaking in the Take This charity event next weekend. I'll be on Friday on Another World doing that, and then Saturday you can tune in for the premiere of our Fallout campaign, which will also be for the Takeout charity. And that's all I have to talk about. So thank you all so much for joining us. This was a pleasure to get all of you at the table together. Yeah, a lot of fun.
Awesome. And I'm Tim. I embarrassed myself earlier by doing the intro too soon. But thanks for watching, and stick around for that raid. See you next Saturday.
Bye.